Sup, players? Good morning. Good morning. Good, good morning, weed and wheat whackers. Good morning. Oh, too much too soon. Good morning. Good morning. It is good to see you all. Today is, what's the date? Computer doesn't have my little thing on the bottom anymore that tells me. May 21st. Today is, oh, I got a little, I got my voice back and I got a little too excited there. And now I'm going to lose it again. Trying to be too perky on a Wednesday morning. Happy hump day. It is Wednesday, May 21st. And today is day 20. Yep, sure is day 20. Look, you'd think that I would have all of this organized by now, but I've been working on the podcast. So I have to switch real quick from podcast roles where I'm like, and then on day 18, and now I'm here and I'm like, hey, it's day 20. So, you know, such is life. Let me get our OnlyFan pulled up. OnlyFan is not on right now, which is, I hope they're not hot. I hope they're okay. I hope they're not sweating. But it's turned off for some reason. But which is also frustrating for me. I don't like it when OnlyFan is turned off because then I'm like, are we frozen? Did I pause it? Have I been hitting buttons? And I just never know. So I prefer when they have it on so I can see that my life is still moving along how it should be. Let me exit out of the 738 tabs that I have open quickly. There we go. So we can get ready to take notes. I have been working on the podcast episode, getting that ready for you people. What time are they starting today? She said something to the last witness about coming in later, but apparently that is because they are going to take a witness out of order today. I feel like I'm gonna sneeze. I don't know. Sorry, I've still got like remnants of sickness, so it's just kind of coming and going. But they are supposed to be taking a witness out of order this morning, which is apparently why there is oh goodness gracious, which is apparently why she told Christina Hanley to come in, that she's going to be coming in later. So I don't know which witness yet. Hopefully it'll be somebody very interesting, but also something that I thought about too, because I was like spiraling out of control, wondering who it could be. If she's telling Hanley to come in later, then because they're doing a witness out of order, it must be a witness that they don't anticipate being a long witness. So I don't know, we'll see. But you know, they don't email me and tell me, and I don't know why, because I think that's rude of them not to let me know, especially because I have, you know, all of y'all here with me wanting to know what's going on too. But such is life, I guess. Let me get chat pulled up. There we go. Yes, tomorrow, goodness gracious, tomorrow is a half day. And Friday we are out of court, and Monday we are out of court. So, and see, look, even like with the fan off, I'm still spiraling out of control over here. I still have to like check it and see like, is it on? Did I mute it? Did I pause it? Did I do something? Did I break it? Am I pressing buttons? Stop pressing buttons, Brandi. But it's not me. It's OnlyFan. See how much we spiral out of control when OnlyFans not on? It was already starting half days, same as last year. Yeah, we've done a few. We've done a few half days. Look, I'm not gonna lie, I don't mind them because it seems like that just sitting in this chair hanging out with y'all all day would be a very easy job. But sitting in the chair all day, not being able to move is I don't mind half days. I don't mind half days. Because I can move over here and I can move over here and I can go over there. You know. Let me add Lucy Cam. She's not in there right now, but I'll add it just so that when she does come and sit down. Yes, the fan is in pocket state. Does my voice sound like I'm vibrating or something? It's still a little scratchy. It's still a little scratchy, still a little swollen right here. Even the fan has had enough of best, yes. You can get up and move around. If y'all just see me walking around in the background, I'll be like, BRB, and y'all just see me doing laps. You'll know why. Plus, half days allow time for buffalo chicken rollers. This is true. This is true. Yeah, this Hoff is not granting as many half days as she did last year. I know, we've asked her to, but she don't listen. Cold in Boston, couldn't get out of bed. How cold is it? How cold is it? Whoa, you're supposed to get rain and snow this weekend? Rain and snow? Holy crap. It's the end of May. How long does it stay cold up there? Hold on. You're blowing my mind. What? Hold on. Let me see what weather's going to be here today. Snow? It's going to be rainy here today. It's like cloudy out there when I went out a little while ago. It's 80 degrees here right now. We're about to have thunderstorms. Wow. I didn't like. Well, that's why fan isn't on. That's crazy. Good morning. Good morning. Just enough to track a cat. Look, did y'all see that? I said cat, and Lucy was like, excuse me? We don't have those around here. We do have those around here, but they're all outside. Ugh. She's like, you said the CAT word. She ain't having it. 82 and sunny in Honolulu. Oh, I love Hawaii. I want to go to Hawaii again. It's hot and muggy in Charleston. My AC is continuously running, just trying to keep up. Yeah. It's like you spelled squirrel. It really is. Did you see her head pop up? And look, she's, hi, I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you. She's laying on her little, I don't know if you can see it. She's like laying on her little pink fur rug instead of laying in her bed. I don't know why. I'm talking about you. She's nosy. Gosh, cold. Snow? It's gonna snow? I am like blown away. 46 and raw and chilly in Boston. That's crazy. Oh, happy birthday, Breezy. '92 today in California. Isn't that crazy? She don't want to miss that cat. She's like, excuse me. I heard there were cats. BRB moving to Boston. Just stay out of Canton. Jay really says, my plants hate this spring so far. There's this shirt I saw, this girl on Facebook. She's a plant lady. She has like a ton of plants, loves them, has like the coolest, setup with all of her plants and stuff. And she has a t-shirt that says, I wet my plants. I thought that was really funny. And it has like a picture or whatever of somebody like watering plants or whatever. It was really cute. My youngest baby turns 1 today, so I'm all about, oh my gosh, happy first birthday, mini juror. Oh, gosh, it goes by so fast. It really does. It goes by so fast. Wait till they start knowing everything and calling you bruh. It goes by so fast. Hi, I'm at work currently, trying my best not to go off on everyone here. Hopefully this stream distracts me because I'm not in a good mood this morning. We love you, and we are going to distract you for the safety of your coworkers. No, no weed whacking happening over here. Gosh, it gets in the 30s at night still. Oh. My 7-year-old grandson called me bruh. Yeah. I say it all the time now because, look, that kid of mine that I raised, it's boy mom problems. Maybe they'll send you home. Start a fight at work. Maybe they'll send you home. This is why you come to us for fun, but not for advice. This is this is why we're like, yeah, just pick a fight. You're good to go home, and then you can hang out with us all day. Just go total weed whack on somebody. It's fine. It's fine. Wait until your 6-year-old tells you that they hate you. Cherish today's for that. Man, I remember that. I remember like when my kid would have those moments where like the world is ending because he had to go to bed at like, 9 p.m. or something. And like, and I remember when those days started and I was like, you know what? You were a lot cooler when you couldn't make words. I volunteer a few days a week at my daughter's school. Can I tell you how many teachers stream your channel on their lunch break? At least 10. Hi, teachers. Hi, teachers. Better you than me. I can't deal with that many kids. Good morning. Just joined you. You sound so much better. I do. I do. I sound a lot better. I feel a lot better. It's like I still have like that little swollen bit right here, and I can feel it swollen, but yeah, I feel a lot better. I basically tried to shut up after I got offline yesterday. I talked to Chat Daddy like one time on the phone, FaceTime for a minute, but other than that, I just tried to shut up, rest my voice. Starting a fight is something I consider every morning. That's so funny. Yeah, Bethany Joy says, do not pick a fight. You'll become our next case somehow. I'm in HR, and sometimes I want to start a fight so I can send myself home. What's like the worst thing you've done to get sent home at work before? I feel like everybody's like faked sick at one point. Or like the weirdest excuse you've ever had. Chat Daddy is not with me right now. He's at the house. I'm at the condo. So he'll be here Friday. Oh, jury's coming at 10 today. I was sent home from jury duty. Oh. I pushed a girl into a printer one time and I didn't even get sent home. Should have pushed her into the coffee maker. No, don't take my advice. Don't ever take my advice. Oh, I had a mental breakdown. My boss sent me home. I can't come to work because my goldfish drowned. He wasn't a goldfish, but he was a betta fish. His name was Chuck Berry, but he died of swim bladder disease. R.I.P. Chuck Berry. My mom is retiring and it's her last week of school after 31 years of teaching elementary. We love our teachers. That's amazing. Look, teachers, I'm going to tell y'all right now. I couldn't do it. So the first degree I got was in education because I was like, I wanted to teach college level. I wanted to and then I had to do my practicum. It was my first day at the school, and those students made bets on who, I can't remember if they made bets on who could make me cry or how long it would take me to cry. It was one or the other. I can't remember now. I was like, yep. Not them kids. I'm not. There was one who got on the desk and was like jumping. Nope. I was like, yep, this ain't for me. This ain't for me. Because if it's my kid, I can handle that a lot differently. Other people's kids, there are stricter laws against. And I was like, nope, this is not my thing. I have so much appreciation for teachers because I could not do it. I'm definitely not reading this chat, trying to find a good excuse to leave work. I did my practicum in a high school, and I did one day of the middle school, and I was a substitute teacher too. When I was in college or whatever, would do that some days too. That was not as bad because it's like, I'd go in for like one day and done. But on my practicum, I had to do that. I was in there for longer. Oh gosh, it was awful. It was awful. I couldn't do it. I love how I mentioned my hard morning at work and everyone immediately started talking about purposely getting in trouble to be sent home. We're here to help. We're problem solvers on this channel. Problem solvers. Alexander said, I'm making my espresso and I decided on, is it Altisio? Because it sounds like Alessi. I don't know how to say it. Mine's just coffee. I'm a teacher 2 days away from summer break and I'm losing it. Oh my gosh. Like, you have the countdown going. I don't blame you. What time is court starting today? Well, the jury may be coming in at 10. Let's see what they're saying. There are a couple of reporters. There are a couple of reporters in the room right now, and they're saying, let's see, Katie Benoit just said, day 20 of testimony is expected to get underway soon. So, I don't know. Maybe they'll be there between 9:30, 10. It's okay. It just gives us time to sit here and find ways for everybody to get out of work. Maybe they all had a long night trying to talk Burgess off the ledge. That was wild. As a teacher before, I was a CPA and can confirm that there are pros and cons to both. A lot of times, kiddos are easier than adults. I guess that's true. What part of Georgia are you from? I am from Walnut Grove, Loganville. It's like an hour east. It's like in between Athens and Atlanta. Thank you for always being here every day with us. By the way, my housework is suffering, but my boyfriend knows I have jury duty every weekday. He's good with it. Yeah, like when it's trial time, life doesn't get done. It's a good thing that the camera only points right here, because if y'all could see the rest of the condo, it's a disaster right now. But my bed is made. That is one thing. I will make my bed. The rest is a disaster at this point. But my bed is made. Yeah, I work with kids. The parents are the hardest part. I get it. I get it. Currently breaking news in Canton. They are searching for an armed person making threats. Oh, great. Today was the last day of school here, and the joy on the teacher's face in the drop-off was real. I bet. I bet. That's where your husband is from Loganville?
You are unmuted.
Here we go.
All right, could I see counsel at sidebar, please?
Already? Bev? Already? Where's Loganville? Gosh, if I had a dime for every time I heard that. Where's Loganville? Maxi Price done ruined us for life. Tell me you're a Georgia yes. Yes. Big time. Huge Georgia fan. Oh, can you show the new taillight pic from the chart where all the pieces came from and who collected them? Andrea was showing your ex post earlier. Yeah. This took me way longer than I care to admit to do this, but I wanted to verify each picture. Let me pull it up. Yeah, because it's very suspect. Here, I'm trying to find it in, I'll just pull it up in, on my Twitter, because I posted it there. Okay, this is it. So, see how, oops. You can see here, these two pieces right here, this one and this one are the ones that came from CERT. This is that one that Berkowitz saw in the rain. This one is Buchanan. All the ones that say MSP are the ones that had Buchanan, Proctor, DeChico, Moore, and Tully. And then look, this whole section right here, all of this part is attached. All of this is found by Proctor in those undocumented searches. Like this whole part right here, which is wild, right? And those Proctor pieces are big, right? Yeah, those are the biggest pieces out of all of them. Which is crazy. It took me so long to do that because I wanted to verify which pieces came from where. And there are some, those are the red pieces. The white pieces I didn't publish the picture of, but not white pieces, the clear pieces that go under there. There's like a close up of those too, but those are, those little ones I had labeled in there, but like the bigger ones for that piece underneath or whatever, those are bigger. But kind of crazy, right? Yeah, the CERT pieces are the two red pieces right there on the front. Both the CERT pieces. But also, what are the chances of that? What are the chances of that whole big side being found by Proctor? Those are all from...
Right, so let's bring the jurors in, please.
February 8th, 11th, and 18th. praying the jury. I know, slim to none. It took me so long to do that, but I have to double and triple check everything. So I had to go through the testimony from last year, the testimony from this year, and the evidence pictures so that I could make sure I could see the stickers. That courtroom is very tight. It's a tiny courtroom. The other one's a lot bigger, but you can't see the jury, can't see the witness stand, like, or not the whole jury, but some of the jurors can't see the witness stand. Yes, but they are not, they are sealed. They are not released publicly in this case.
Good morning, jurors. So, an issue has come to my attention that is going to make it necessary that I talk to each one of you individually over at sidebar with counsel. So that process will take a little while. So I'm going to, don't speculate as to what I'm going to talk to you about. Please, when you go back to the deliberation room, talk about anything but this case, and I'll see each of you individually. And the process may take the cameras will be shut off, and I'm going to talk to the lawyers about whether we clear the court. There could be no filming. All right, send you back, and we'll send you back individually. Thank you very much.
Talk to the guy, please.
All right, now I'll see counsel.
What? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is going to take a while too. Because there's like 16 jurors she has to call up and question. Oh boy. Is this normal? No. No. I don't know what happened. She said something has come to her attention and she needs to talk to each one individually. Apparently, the chief of court officers is at sidebar with counsel right now. Oh boy. Then we need to know what's going on. Oh boy. Some of the jurors have been less than serious, joking around. I wonder if I wonder if one of them complained about some of the ones that have been laughing and stuff. Well, this is off to a interesting start. It depends on what the issue is. Will that include alternative? Yes, because they don't know who the alternates are yet. They don't decide that until the end. So yeah, it'll be all of them because they don't know who the alternates are yet. Oh boy. This is a prosecution desperate plan, maybe because I don't think things have been going well for them. But then I say that, but then you have people who are like, oh my gosh, the prosecution's killing it. Karen Reed's going to prison. And then I'm looking and I'm like, are we watching the same trial? Don't speculate. We're literally going to spend the next however long this takes speculating. We're all spiraling. We're all spiraling. The courtroom is cleared, including press. This is going to take a while. It's an egg juror. Oh my gosh. I'm behind. What did I miss? We don't know. Chat's lost it. We're all spiraling. Maybe they could have heard something from outside. Maybe. It has to be something. Yeah, she told the jurors last week, no facial expressions. But for them to have to talk to each of them individually. Go back and look at sidebar huddle.
Leave it for now.
I'm rewinding so we can see.
All right, to the court, jurors enter.
Dang, the press was told to leave and take all electronic devices with us. It says sometimes this is from Sue O'Connell. She said, we were told to leave and take all electronic devices with us. Sometimes we leave laptops during recesses. We are not allowed on the second floor where the courtroom is. Another chat said there's a connection between a juror and Brennan. If that was true, though, they would usually only call up that one juror. Yeah, y'all want beach cam while we're waiting? We can do beach cam. It's very windy out there because it's going to start storming soon. Let me put what's happening on a banner, because then people are going to come in and be like, why is there a beach cam? Why? Why are you talking? Where's our only fan? Happening now. And put it on here. What is an egg juror? Egg juror, egg juror is from the Murdoch trial. The juror, I was about to say the egg was asked to leave. She's a bad egg. No, the juror was asked to leave, and the judge was like, "Okay, did you need to get anything?" She's like, "Yeah, a dozen eggs." One of the other jurors had brought her eggs. It's the not knowing that's stressing me out. Same. I need a mega pint for this. I know. I know. I'm behind on chat because I'm trying to read y'all stuff. John DePietro said yesterday that about 50% of the jurors didn't have LinkedIn or degrees. This tweet, he's... Bless his heart is all I have to say about him and his stupid tweets. Yeah, Karen was pointing at someone. I don't know what's going on. Hold on, I'm way behind on chat. I'm going to just scoot ahead. I probably missed a lot of what y'all were saying because I was trying to read all of y'all's stuff. And we all started spiraling at the same time, so then there was a lot in chat. The courtroom camera is on the fan, but the fan's not even on. So it's on, technically, yes, but it's not like on. Are the lawyers allowed to be there for this, or is it Bev talking? The lawyers are allowed. They are the only ones that are allowed to stay in the room. The lawyers, the judge, and each individual juror. I deleted my LinkedIn after this trial. I don't even know if I still have one. I think I did have one at one point. It's just an airless fan. Yeah, I saw them come around on that clip we just rewinded. Rewinded? Rewound. You know what I mean. Is Marie Moss counting Brandi's? Oh, boys. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. No, here, let me. Instead of each person, I'll say. There we go. Well, this was not on my bingo card. I'm looking to see. I'm still. What happens if the juror, blah, blah, blah. Let's try that again. What happens if jurors were discussing the case? What would happen? If that happens, the judge will usually ask them, like, you know, if it's somebody who was discussing it, a lot of times that means that juror can be dismissed, and then they'll ask the other ones, like, you know, did you hear it? Does this impact you? Can you still be, you know, can you still be impartial, et cetera, et cetera. How many mistrials are allowed? As many as they want to do, honestly. Man, the drama in this case never ends. True. This case has more roller coaster loops and turns than Daryl Brooks' multiple personalities. Box fort. We all need a box fort. Yeah, there are like 18 jurors, so this will be a while. I was making tea and came back to this. It's like a toddler. You can't take your eyes off of it for 1 second. True. The jurors are not sequestered. Do they get paid more on these long-term trials? No. The tractor by the beach must mean that crops will be planted there, right? Yeah. There's, you can't see it on this beach view, but there's a lot of seaweed right now that's like on that that little, on the other side of that ledge. So this camera is from Schooners. It's one of my favorite places. And I don't know if you can see it down here. There's like down by the bottom left-hand side of the screen, there's like little chairs along that fence. And those chairs, like where that little fence is or whatever, there's like stairs kind of back on this part. And there's like one of my favorite restaurants is right there. That's the one that my niece that just graduated high school, that's the one she works at. Oh, it's great food, cool location, so much fun. It's huge. Really cool spot. Yeah. I'm going to have to work at this rate. I know, right? I live in Panama City Beach, Florida. Me too. Half the time now. Here half the time and Orlando half the time now. Just logging in. Do I need to start from the beginning? Well, there's only one part to see. We rewound it and watched it again earlier, but the jurors are now being questioned. Rumor's the key word here, folks, just so we're clear. But while we're all spiraling anyway, we'll talk about rumors. Rumors, there was a post from a sister of someone on the jury who said in a Facebook group that they are already deliberating amongst themselves. Well, that would be bad. They'll come back and then it'll be recess. Yeah. Just tuning in. What did I miss? Just jury issues. There has been this person on Facebook that has been claiming to have a sister on the jury, and she's been posting all kinds of stuff that she should not be. Oh boy. Oh boy. She's a talker. This is why we can't have nice things. You're right, Jody. But this is like that. What was that one trial where what trial was it where somebody was in the Law&Crime chat saying that their that their was it a friend, brother, sister, something, and they were like, it was recent, it was a big one. Which one was it? And they were like, yeah, the jury's coming back. And oh, it was Ashley Benefield, right? Yeah, ballerina trial, Ashley Benefield, that's right. Yeah, it was during deliberations. And yeah, they said something about how like their brother, sister, friend, whatever it was, pointed out or snuck a phone in and or something, and the judge questioned them. Let me see what I can dig up. Let me see. I don't see anything else. I'm trying to find. Hmm. Ash said, you guys, if something happened and we get a mistrial now, I'm going to flip a table. Same. I'm like spiraling over here, like trying to look and see what all I can see what I can find out from anybody. But obviously we can't know we won't know the reason, but I'm all for finding out all the rumors so that we can spiral uncontrollably. Mm. Oh, somebody's saying that they reported DePietro's tweet to the court. I called my dad at work and asked him if he knew anyone who could hack in, and he just said, love you, bye. Spiral on your own. Why is it an issue for jurors to talk to each other about the case? So they don't want them talking about the case until everything's over, because they don't want them to basically, before they start discussing it, they want them to hear all the evidence. So let's say, you know, the prosecution presents their case first, right? So by the time the prosecution finishes, theoretically, you should be like, oh, wow, this is a very strong case. And then you hear the defense. And then after the defense finishes, that's when you see if you have, you know, reasonable doubt. So, if you start talking about it too soon, it can kind of form like a confirmation bias type thing. Like, oh yeah, we all think, you know, this, or we all think that, or, you know, you could be talking about something and then have somebody else's opinions influence your own, or whatever. There's so many things that can come from it. They want you to hear all of the information first, and then once you have all of the information, then start discussing it. Can we start making up theories about why this is happening to make us laugh and feel better? Yes. Okay. Theory number 1. Bev's hair is darker now, right? So what if, like, she's, like, getting their input? Like, do you like it darker? Or do you think I should go back lighter? That could be one. That could totally be one. Or is Bev still married? Because what if, like, she's like, she just, because we've heard that this is a young jury. What if she just needs help, like, setting up her Tinder profile? That could be one. She put a cold toner on us if she needs to be more cold. Bev's hair is darker and she's been smiling. She's an imposter. That's what it is. We cracked the case. She's an imposter. It's not really Bev. It's not even Bev. It's like when the Little Mermaid wasn't really the Little Mermaid, it was Ursula. And remember, her hair was darker, but it looked like her. This is like the Ursula version of the Little Mermaid. Except for with the darker hair, it's really like Ursula had the darker hair, but Little Mermaid was smilier, so it really be kind of, but you know what I mean. An impasta. That's why she's been more fair the past few days. Shock and horror. There's no faking that sigh. That sigh is very recognizable. She's getting their dietary restrictions and beverage choices for the post-trial party that she's throwing them at her vacation home. That's a good one. Gotta have the guest list. Gotta have everybody's order. Seems like so much information for them to process. I don't understand if they're only talking amongst themselves why it's bad. It is a lot of information for them to process, but they don't want them talking amongst themselves because they don't want any of them influencing each other until they've heard all of the evidence. Are you making fun of the way we talk in Massachusetts? No, I'm trying to perfect my Massachusetts accent. I'm trying. People keep telling me I'm terrible at it. It's funny too, because when I hear Massachusetts people try to do my accent, I'm like, is that what I sound when I try to do yours? I'm not great at accents, but I'm getting better. I practice. Bev has a, oh, man. Bev has a gentleman caller. I still say she could be like, if it's a young jury, she could be wanting their input on her. Oh, what if she's like, y'all, I didn't know that this whole LinkedIn was a thing. And y'all are a pretty young jury. Can you help me update my LinkedIn? I need help. I don't know my login and password. My dad has the Jersey accent. I have a Texas one. Isn't that funny? Let's see what Twitter's saying. I try to like read y'all for a little bit and then read Twitter or X or whatever. I just take turns. Spiral with you, spiral on Twitter. Spiral with you, spiral on Twitter. Word in the courtroom is that one of the jurors found 3 more Sallyport videos under their pillow when they went home last night. Let's see. That's a beautiful thing about social media. We can all spiral together. I don't know, a lot of it's funny, everybody has different spirals. Who, if anyone, knows what's happening? Only the judge and the attorneys. Unfortunately. Well, we might be a while. For real, to be a fly on the wall. Oh, chicken rollers would be so good right now. Do we know yet if they're going to call Proctor? The prosecution is apparently not going to call Proctor. The defense might. Why did you change the channel name? This is not, so I didn't change the channel name. This is a different channel. So this one is different than Brandi Churchwell or 13th Juror. Bev is stealing Brady's questions. What are we thinking? How are we feeling? She just wants to check in with them, say hi. Hey. That's all. On the upside, at least I know I won't miss anything during my doctor's appointment today. I know. I know. Are you doing Crime Junkie Jury for Coburger coverage or 13th Juror? Well, it'll be on the, like, I'll be covering it. Where's he running to? Where's that guy running? Why he running? What's he running for? I just got real distracted. I wanted to know where that guy's running. Why is he in a hurry? Why are we in a hurry? This is like all of a sudden, like when you see somebody running, you just feel like you need to run. I'm not even there. He's down the beach and I'm like seeing him running and thinking I need to run. Anyway, Squirrel. I didn't take my medication today. You can tell. We have unmedicated Brandi. Squirrel. I will be doing the Koberger stuff on the podcast. And because the trial, jury selection starts in July. The trial is supposed to start in August. I did not want to do another long trial that close to this one. However, I've already put together so much stuff for that one. And it's a big one. And y'all ask me every day to do that one. So, and I'm like, that, you know, that cool aunt that just can't say no. So I've already got most of my timeline together for it. I've had a timeline going on that one for 2 years, but I haven't made that one public yet because I'm not ready to make it public yet. But he was running to rinse his hands but didn't want to get the rest of his body wet. Been there, done that. Could be, yeah. Well, they're not actually at break, so we don't know. However long it takes for them to question 18 jurors. He pled not guilty. And it's a DP case, too. Will we find out what's happening eventually? She's going to get rid of the two that are obviously pro Karen. She made the comment on Friday so she could start picking them off. You know, that's funny that because we all said that we were like, when we heard the reports about the jurors who were obviously like making faces and stuff when they were talking about the investigation being so terrible and all that, we were like, how long before they get removed from the jury? I love that we get to secretly stalk the Beechers and they have no idea. Well, there is a sign on there that says, you know, that that it's you're being recorded or whatever. There's cameras here and stuff. So there is a sign. I forget about it sometimes though, because we go sit over there in those chairs. We are stalkers. It's what we do. All right, let me see if there's any more updates. I have a feeling we're not going to get any updates for a while. I have a feeling we're going to be here spiraling. Together. I could be working on the podcast. Let's see. See, the thing is, now that they've all been kicked off of that floor, we're not going to get any updates until they're done. Well, they said that she had asked the witness to come in later because they were planning on going out of order, like calling a witness out of order. So that was supposed to be what was happening this morning, but the train has derailed. It's going to be a half day. At this point, I might as well just go to work. Yeah, I've got the OnlyFans up on screen so I can see if they do come back. I blame Hank for this somehow. I'm sure it's his fault. I don't know how, but I'm just sure it is. Everybody pick somebody to blame. I blame Hank. You don't have to have a reason, just blame him. Can we send a juror's note to Beverly saying, let's wrap this up? Let's wrap this up. Move on, Bev. It's always Bev. %51. It's Proctor's fault. Look, everybody's got to blame Proctor, right? I think they're just doing a pre-screening interview to see whose number goes into the hopper before deliberation. That's actually probably, it wouldn't surprise me. All right, Hank. Blame the cat that wasn't tracked. If you think this ends in a mistrial, or if this ends in a mistrial, do you think it'll be tried again? Yes. I don't think they're going to give up. They're going to try her as many times as it takes. I think it's personal to them now. I really needed all above. That's fair. That's fair. Hard to pick just one. I've been blamed for worse. Snow Daddy. Snow Pappy can't do nothing wrong. Snow Pappy's out there tracking cats and minding his own business. Maybe Brandi pushed it. How did this turn? Wait, I'm trying to blame other people. How did all y'all turn this on me? How is this? What we're not going to do is find ways to blame me. Brandi's pressing buttons again. Now they're having court issues because Brandi won't stop pressing buttons. Weirder things have happened. Poor Lally catching strays in the fall. He's just trying to mind his own business this time around. He's like, y'all didn't like me? Now look who you got. Lally's over there like, miss me yet? That guy on the beach's fault. It's Rocky Albert's fault. This is all Rocky Albert. I blame Rocky Albert. Rocky Albert is the Rock who showed up on the Albert's lawn. And we didn't know why. And it was hand painted and said Albert. And it was gone the next day after the jury view. It had never been there before. The Alberts don't even live there anymore. And it was there for the jury view and then gone the next day. So we named the rock Rocky Albert. Because why not? I blame Chloe. Don't blame Chloe. It's first of all, it's the pooch formerly known as Chloe. Now it's Cora. But also poor Chloe / Cora. Did Karen really say there's 1 week left in the trial? Well, not the trial, but in the prosecution's case. So once the prosecution has rested, then the defense gets to put on their case, and that's supposed to take about a week and a half, 2 weeks. Allegedly. Do we think that the prosecution and defense teams have seen what we have said about them in the first trial and have made adjustments? Yes. Yes. Okay. This will probably take a while. Media is still downstairs in the hallway waiting. So, here's what I'm going to do, because there's nothing to even watch right this moment. I will give you, let me do it like this. Hold on, I've got so many tabs open. All right, I'm going to give you the beach cam and OnlyFan. Here, we'll put, I don't want to cover only, I mean, I don't want to cover the beach too much. OnlyFans off, so it's just going to look like, look, then I just paused it. Hold on. It's fine. Oh no, I didn't pause it. Oh, that's volume. Okay, never mind. I'm spiraling out of control. Okay, I'm going to leave this up. Since there's nothing to do right this moment, I'm going to take a little break. I am going to, can we listen to an episode of the podcast? Yes, I can do that. I can put the, I can do that. I can do that. I can put the most recent episode of the podcast up, so you can listen to that while you spiral. That way I don't scare you when I come back to. Hello, hello. Why is the fan off? So suspect. Look, when stuff like this happens, then it doesn't, like, then we just start spiraling out of control for everything else too. Okay, I will turn on the latest episode of the podcast, so you can listen to that while watching the beach. This will hopefully calm us all down. I wish you could see how many tabs I have open. It's very indicative of how my unmedicated brain works as well. I have to get it pulled up. I have to do, in order to like have this and have the podcast playing and have OnlyFan, it takes a second. What's the most recent one? Episode 53, right?
The new developments in the Karen Reed murder trial.
All right, here we go. I'm going to leave this on. Do you want captions? I can give you captions. Do you want captions? Oh no, that won't work on there. I'm going to leave this on. I'm going to take a little break. I have OnlyFan right here. It is not spinning, but it's not spinning out of control like we are, but it is live. So I will turn on the episode of podcast and take your meds, Brandi. I know, unmedicated Brandi. Look, I will take them. That way we will be less ADHD-ish. Let me get... Okay, here we go. I'll see y'all in just a little bit.
This has been a wild turn of events.
I've seen a lot of things. I've never seen anything like this. This case never ceases to amaze me.
It's a spectacle, that's for sure.
It was a hung jury, so no verdict, no real ending to this case.
Karen Reed was back in court where a date was set for her to be tried once again.
There are a lot of issues in this case.
Proctor was improperly searching Karen Reed's cell phone for nude photos.
Michael Proctor, the lead investigator,
relieved of his duties.
It's always the theories that each side will put forth for a jury to decide which one is more believable.
Karen Reed was drunk and angry and hit and killed John O'Keefe when she gunned it in the snowstorm.
Karen, did you ever say I hit him? I did not.
There are more people here at the beginning of this than at the beginning of Johnny Depp's trial.
We're not concerned about any of the witnesses. None of the Commonwealth's witnesses are concerning us.
and once again, there was drama outside court.
There is a whole new set of legal troubles for Karen Reed. She is now facing a wrongful death lawsuit.
The lawsuit alleges that Karen Reed was drunk and reckless when she hit John O'Keefe.
It's not just Reed being sued here. The family also suing the two Canton bars from that night.
The two bars are liable for over-serving her.
The FBI is investigating an investigation of a murder. That never, ever happens.
At this point, multiple jurors have been reaching out to both sides, saying that they are certain Karen Reed is not a killer.
I did not kill John O'Keefe. I've never harmed a hair on John O'Keefe's head.
We're looking at arm injuries with scratches. We're not looking at tire tracks.
There are 17 jurors, and they're coming and going with a police escort.
The investigation wasn't thorough.
This can't be good for the prosecution moving forward.
I just hope justice is served for either one, whatever it is, you know.
The fate of her life is not in her hands anymore. It's not in the hands of her attorneys. It's not in the hands of the prosecutor. It's in the hands of the jury now.
With the testimony of Massachusetts State Police Sergeant Yuri Buchanan out of the way, Week 4 moved into some of the more technical testimony, including information about DNA, taillight and glass comparisons from the state crime lab, and the medical examiner who did John O'Keefe's autopsy. But before we could get into the foundation for the technical portions of the investigation, cameras were turned off and live coverage was halted as John O'Keefe's niece took the stand at the beginning of day 15. Reporters were not allowed to give live updates, but they took notes and were able to report on what was said after the testimony was over. Using the reports from multiple journalists in the room, I put together a summary. John's niece testified that her relationship with Karen Reed was sometimes dependent on the day. There were good times. They would get their hair done together, get their nails done. Karen would help her straighten her hair about once a week. Karen would attend her basketball games, soccer games, softball games, planned birthday parties like a big scavenger hunt one year, and she would stay at Karen's house with her sometimes out in Mansfield. There were other days where the niece said that she felt like Karen favored her brother, John's nephew, over her, though she said Karen and John's nephew were pretty close, and at times she felt like Karen was colder toward her than her brother. As far as the relationship between Karen and John, she said it was lighthearted in the beginning, but by the end of 2021 and early 2022, they started to argue more often, sometimes at the house, sometimes on the phone. She said the arguments would get loud, but that Karen would get upset and would be louder than John. She testified about the argument that took place in Aruba, saying that John and Karen got into an argument while they were in her and her brother's room. John had told his nephew to get off the iPad, and his niece said Karen defended him, Then the argument turned and Karen started yelling about how she saw John kissing someone else. She described Karen as really loud and very upset during that argument. Then after the argument, she says that John fell asleep in her bed for a few hours. She was asked if John rang in the new year asleep, but the niece said she couldn't really remember. She had just been dumped by her 8th grade boyfriend, so it was a bit of a crisis. She said this in a joking way, and reporters said that there were multiple laughs in the courtroom. A brief moment of levity for a child who has suffered such tremendous loss. After the Aruba trip, she said their relationship seemed to change. There was another argument sometime that January where she overheard John saying that the relationship was good, but it had run its course. And she said that John asked Karen to leave, but Karen didn't want to. John saw his niece in the other room and was upset that she had witnessed the argument. So then he told Karen, quote unquote, more aggressively to leave, then went upstairs to the bedroom. And she said Karen followed him up there and banged on the door. She said that she could tell that there was tension in those following weeks. And Karen and John would argue maybe a couple times a week, but she said it never turned physical. She said there was one time when Karen was telling John on the phone that he needed to come home, saying that her and her brother were worried, but she said that they weren't actually worried. The night that John died, the niece said that there was a rule that she had to charge her phone in John's room at bedtime, so she had put her phone on the charger in there and then went to bed. She said she woke up around 4:30 a.m. when Karen came into the room, frantic, waking her up, telling her that John never came home, and asking her to call him from her phone. She called from her phone, but there was no answer. Karen asked her for some of the phone numbers that she didn't have so she could start calling around. For example, like Jen McCabe. She said she heard several calls, and Karen said different things at different times, like, could I have done something, or could he have been hit by a plow? Prosecutors asked her if she heard Karen say anything about, could I have hit him? And interestingly, she didn't remember that. They showed her her prior testimony from the first trial, where Karen said, maybe I hit him. It was interesting to me that she didn't remember that part, especially with that being one of the most debated statements or questions in the trial. The niece said that she had never seen Karen like that, but when Jen and Carrie got there, she said Jen was level-headed. She said that she was nervous and remembered that when Karen came back later that day, she told her and her grandfather that she felt like she was living in a nightmare. Throughout the testimony, the child referred to Karen as the defendant, which strikes me as sad because it's a very coached thing to say. Attorney David Yannetti brought this up during his short cross-examination, saying, when Karen Reed spent all this time with you, you didn't call her the defendant, right? She said no, she called her Karen. John's niece was on the stand for around an hour, and his nephew, unlike last year, wasn't called to testify this year. The jurors are said to have watched with empathetic looks on their faces as she answered questions. And when she was done, she exited the courthouse, and the prosecution's case shifted to the technical part of the investigation. And while that's usually pretty cut and dry testimony, nothing about this case is ever cut and dry. Let's start with the processing of the car and the scene for evidence. We heard through Sergeant Bury Buchanan's testimony that there were a couple of searches that were done that were documented, and there were a few that weren't. In fact, officers had even been told to just kind of drive by Fairview on the way to work and see if you happened to see anything out there of evidentiary. So my break didn't last long because apparently they're coming back in 5 minutes. So just enough time for me to get everything set up for y'all to watch so that I could work. And now they're coming back, I guess. So. Go figure. It took me longer to get it set up that then it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. No break. That's okay. They're going to come back and she's going to have a sidebar, and then she's going to have morning brunch and recess. It's all right. All right, let me get, because now I have to get my screen. I just spent all that time getting the screen set up over here for this. And now I have to redo everything because now they're coming back. So give me 1 second. It's fine. Share screen. Live court. No. Ah. Wrong button, Brandi. Stop pressing buttons, Brandi. Hold on, I have to redo this because it's going to drive me nuts. Share screen. It's live. It just looks like we're not because our only fan has calmed down. There we go. That one's better. Boost the volume. Okay. Everybody come out of pocket state. I'm going to end our poll too. All right, so 49% of us blame Hank. Shocker. 31% blame Bev. 16% blame Proctor. And Lally caught 2%. Catching strays on that poll. He caught 2%. 2% blame Lally. And that's okay too. All right, let me get all my tabs back over here. I should do like a, because I've done a couple like behind the scenes pictures and stuff, you know, of how chaotic it looks doing all this. But I should like record it one day when there we go. There's our fan. Did y'all hear that? Could y'all hear that? I have my noise thing on. Fighter jets are out. It was so loud. Did y'all hear that? It just shook our condo. So cool. I'm a little bit obsessed with all the fighter jets. But they're so like they're so fast that they're so fast that by the time you hear them, they've already passed. Okay, let me... Alessi, Brennan, Little, and Jackson are talking. Maverick doing a flyby. Does the white fan turning on equate to white smoke when we have a pope? It's basically the same thing. It's basically the same thing. Jets are probably practicing for Memorial Day celebrations. That or the Blue Angels just showed up for Memorial Day. See, we have Tyndall Air Force Base here. Court officer asked the friends and family to keep movement in and out of the courtroom to a minimum. But yeah, they fly by all the time out here. I love it. I love it so much. And we're probably going to get we'll get no discussion, no explanation for anything. We'll just be left to spiral alone, but together.
Please be seated.
All right, so jurors, I still have a couple of questions for you. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? And we've discussed the other two questions, but I do need to stress for you that it's very,
one juror is
very
gone.
important that no one discuss this case. Don't let anyone talk to you about the case. No comments about the case. You've seen how hard the lawyers have worked to pull this case together for you, and everybody's given it so much time. So please, let's make sure that we follow that. That means each other. So with that, I know we're late getting started. We're going to take an abbreviated lunch today, only 30 minutes, and abbreviated breaks. So no morning break. We're going to start now and go till 1. All right, Mr. Brennan, and we're taking a witness out of order. I apologize. We've got a witness here. Sometimes we take witnesses out of order. Ms. Hanley will be back later for the rest of her testimony, but we've got a witness here that we'll call out of order. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Wolf.
Some of the reporters are saying that all 18 jurors are there. Some of them are saying there's 17 now. Is this the Dr. Aziz Wolf or whatever? Aizik?
swear? Raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your first name and last name for the court reporter?
Sure. My first name is Aizik, A-I-Z-I-K. It's phonetic. Last name is Wolf, W-O-L-F, like the real thing.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a brain surgeon.
Is there a special part of medicine that you study?
Well, my main interest in brain surgery is brain tumors and trigeminal neuralgia. But I also specialize in movement disorders. I do pediatrics and adults.
Are you an active working neurosurgeon?
I am very active working neurosurgeon. I get up every day at 4:30 in the morning to go to work, 5 days a week. I take call 300 days out of 365 days a year.
Did you work yesterday?
Yes, I did.
What type of work did you do yesterday?
I did 2 brain surgeries yesterday.
Are you working tomorrow?
I have 4 surgeries scheduled for tomorrow, which is why this is a little bit delayed for me, and I have 4 on Friday.
And what type of surgeries do you have tomorrow and Friday?
I have 3 brain tumors, 1 trigeminal neuralgia, and on Friday I have 4 patients with movement disorders.
You're here today as a witness. How much of your practice, how much percent of your income is from being a consultant or a witness for a case?
Probably less than 1%. I don't do this for a living.
I want you to take us through some of your education and background. Could you share with us where you went to medical school and where you graduated from?
I went to Yale Medical School. I graduated summa cum laude.
Was that in 1981 that you graduated?
Correct.
After medical school, did you begin internships in medical residency?
I did an internship at Hennepin County Medical Center, which is a trauma center in Minneapolis. I then did 5 years of neurosurgical residency at the University of Minnesota.
And was that in Minnesota?
Correct, in Minneapolis.
Is there something about that hospital that has some specialty?
It was one of the #1 training centers for chairmen in neurosurgery at the time.
Did you, in your residency and in your fellowships, do any work or study in pathology?
During your residency as a neurosurgical resident, you do 6 months in neurology, you do 3 months of neuroradiology, you do 3 months in pathology, which includes autopsies on brains. And then you do rotations through a trauma center as a chief resident, through a VA hospital, and then ultimately at the university hospital for elective cases. We also do 6 months of pediatric neurosurgical residency.
Did you do a fellowship at New York University?
Yeah, at NYU, I did a fellowship before I went to the University of Maryland as a professor in brain transplantation. The interest was in using cells to create dopamine centers in rat brains with the concept of Parkinson's being curable with transplantation.
I'd like you to take us through some of your faculty positions, and so that you can share with us some of the progression of your training and experience. And did you begin at the University of Maryland Hospital?
Yes. In 1987, the University of Maryland recruited me to start their epilepsy surgical program and skull-based program. And then part of our responsibilities as assistant professors was to cover shock trauma.
Could you explain for us what shock trauma means and whether the University of Maryland Hospital was a shock trauma hospital?
So the University of Maryland and shock trauma were actually 2 separate entities when I started. A man named Cowley had basically developed the concept of the golden hour. So prior to Dr. Cowley, most trauma was just taken locally. That meant as a community hospital, if a patient had been in a motor vehicle accident, they needed an orthopedic surgeon, they had to call the orthopedic surgeon in, could take 15 minutes, could take 3 hours. The same thing for a vascular surgeon, same thing for a neurosurgeon. Dr. Cowley came up with the concept that you needed a center that was strictly for trauma, and every attending had to be in the hospital 24/7. So that was the concept of shock trauma back in the 80s. When I got there, we were transitioning from a very small center to a 125-bed hospital that was completely committed to trauma.
In that experience, in the years you worked there, did you have an opportunity to treat a number of people with brain injuries?
We treated well over 100 patients a year, a month basically, with brain injuries at shock trauma, along with spinal cord injuries.
Did you perform surgeries in different types of brain trauma and brain injuries?
Yes.
After Maryland in 1993, did you move to Miami Neuroscience Center?
Yes. In 1993, I left academics. I went into private practice in Miami, and I started the Miami Neuroscience Center. We were the first private community hospital to have what's called the Gamma Knife. So we were the 13th in the country, but the only one that was non-university based. And Gamma Knife radiosurgery is using radiation to operate on the brain.
Are you presently the director of the Miami Neuroscience Center at Larkin Hospital?
Yes, I am.
Do you conduct a number of surgeries a year there?
Correct. So I spent 19 years at Doctors Hospital, and then we moved to Larkin Hospital 13 years ago, developing the new radiosurgical unit called ZAP, and also another fancy machine called high-frequency ultrasound to treat the movement disorders.
You've noted that you have a number of professional memberships. I don't want to go through all of them. I'd like to point out a few. Are you a professional member of the American Association of Neurological Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member, a fellow American of the College of Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member of North American Skull-Base Society?
Yes.
And is that brain-related?
It is.
Are you a member of the Society for Neuro-Oncology?
Yes.
Are you a member of over, or at least 34 different professional memberships?
Yes.
In your career, have you engaged in research?
Yes.
Has that research focused or centered on brain injury?
Yes, it has.
Is some of your research as a principal investigator for THAM treatment of brain tissue, acidosis in severely head-injured patients?
Yes.
Did that research and as a principal investigator help you in your diagnosis and treatment of brain injuries?
It actually was in the treatment of severe head injuries, patients who were unconscious, the concept of trying to relieve the increased intracranial pressure that occurs from the injury and to increase blood flow, thereby increasing oxygen to the brain.
Did you also serve as principal investigator for research for the PEG SOD in severe head injury?
Yes.
Could you describe that very briefly?
Basically the same, one of the biggest problems in brain injury is the fact that blood flow ceases to exist as the brain swells up. And so one of the things we try to do is preserve the neurons by making sure that they have enough oxygen and blood flow to them. All these are agents that try to assist that.
I won't go through all of your research and principal investigator roles, but I want to ask you about one more. And that is, did you serve as principal investigator relative to the IRB protocol for brain pathology?
Yes.
And what did that do? What was that about?
It was about looking at what happens after a brain injury to blood vessels and tissue as the intracranial pressure increases in the brain.
Have you been part of publications of a number of different books?
Yes.
I won't list parts of all 16 books, but can I point out a few?
Sure.
Were you the author of a book chapter regarding head injury, difficult medical management?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on pediatric neurosurgical emergencies?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on complications of head injuries in adults?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter, Imaging of Craniocerebral Trauma?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter in Emergency Room Assessment of the Head Injury Patient?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter, Intracranial Injuries?
Yes.
Can we see your
I
LinkedIn?
won't ask you about the other book chapters that you've been the author of. Have you been involved in journal articles?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you just about a few of the 70 journal articles that you have published.
Your Honor, objection.
So go ahead and ask the question without a comment first.
Were you an author of a journal article, Intracranial Pressure in Non-Traumatic Ischemia and Hypoxic Cerebral Insults?
Yes.
Were you the author of a journal article, Post-Traumatic Cerebral Infarction?
Yes.
Were you the author of the journal Fractures of the Clivus?
Yes.
Could you tell me a little bit about that paper?
We used thin-cut CT scans to identify fractures of the skull base. Prior to this, prior to CT scans, it was very difficult to actually identify radiologically a skull fracture with plain X-rays. The idea was to see if we could identify them more clearly, and so we classified them and delineated them in the paper and discussed the outcomes that were relative to those type of injuries.
In the last journal article I'll ask you about, were you the author of a journal article regarding acute traumatic midbrain hemorrhage?
Yes.
Were you the presenter in a number of presentations regarding head injury and brain injury?
Yes.
You've listed 93. I'll ask you just about a few. Were you a presenter in fractures of the clivus, clinical and radiographic features?
Yes.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Clivus.
Thank you. Were you the presenter in acute head injury?
Yes.
And a separate presentation, fractures of the clivus, classifications and clinical features?
Yes.
Do you lecture?
Yes.
Do you have peer-reviewed publications?
Yes. That was one of them.
Thank you. And are you heavily involved in clinical research?
Right now, my research is more based on radiosurgical techniques and outcomes.
Over your career and your study and your clinical experience, have you treated different types of brain injuries?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a number of different types of brain injuries?
Yes, we still treat them.
Were you asked to review materials relative to this case?
Yes.
And do you recall the materials that you reviewed?
Yes.
Could you share with us some of the materials that you reviewed?
I reviewed the chief medical examiner's assessment of the case. I reviewed pictures that I'm assuming the medical examiner took of the autopsy. And I reviewed the report from the forensic pathologist.
And before I ask you about your review of specific materials and your opinions in this case, is there a benefit to your clinical experience in studying brain injuries as opposed to the experience you had as a fellow simply with pathology?
Well, I think that for the jury to understand is a clinician understands the process from the time the injury occurs till the patient either leaves the hospital or dies. And it's a process. And as a neurosurgeon, I have a tremendous amount of experience with that, if that's what you're asking me.
Yes. And so, doctor, you reviewed a number of items of information in this case. Did you have an opportunity to review photographs of a laceration to Mr. John O'Keefe's head?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'm going to ask to display Exhibit 160.
Okay.
Dr. Wolf, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this photograph. Have you seen this photograph before?
Yes.
I want you to explain to us what you're seeing here and take us through the process of your observations.
Well, what we're seeing is an approximate 1.5 inch laceration with bridging tissue and contusions and abrasions. To us, that's just a classic blunt trauma injury. There's nothing other than just vanilla about it. This is what happens when soft tissue hits a solid ground. The skin tears apart a bit, but not through and through. As you can see, there's the bridging. You can see all the bruising or contusions and just the tear, a little bit serrated along the edges.
Thank you. If you could take that down. Dr. Wolf, as a result of that wound, did you have a chance to further look at information provided to you about the actual inside the skull of Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, it was the pictures that I was reviewing showed a non-depressed skull fracture extending linearly through the clivus and into the frontal fossa of Mr. O'Keefe over the orbital roofs. He had fractures along the temporal fossa as well. So it was a classic linear basilar skull fracture.
Is basal skull fracture a characterization?
It's basically the base of your skull is what it encompasses. So the opening at the very bottom is what we call the foramen magnum. That connects your brainstem to your spinal cord. And then as your brainstem goes up, it goes into the different skull areas that, talk about what we call the cerebral cortexes, your occipital lobe, your temporal lobes over here, and then your frontal lobes.
So can you walk us through what happens when someone incurs this type of injury to the back of the head, how it happens, and what are the next steps for a person?
So what happens is, you fall backwards, and the linear acceleration starts to take you back down with gravity. The skull hits the ground. It gets, in layman's terms, smashed a little bit. And then the brain moves forward as a response to that. And it moves forward because you have cerebral spinal fluid and because you have the deceleration, acceleration again. As it does, your skull, if you were to look inside your skull, it's like mini mountains along your temporal bones and your frontal bones. So the brain is being thrust forward at a fairly good speed, and it's getting bruised. You can think of it as if you took a hammer to your thumb. It's really turning black and blue. Those are the contusions. And so the temporal poles and the frontal poles are getting contusions because of that. At the same time, you have a space called the subarachnoid space. And I'm sure they're going to hear about the subarachnoid hemorrhage. And that space is it's very clear, thin membrane that covers all of your brain and all of your spinal cord. And normally, you really don't see it unless you open up the brain and you're operating. But when you either have a traumatic event like this, where little vessels are pulling apart underneath that membrane, or, for example, the classic, when you have an aneurysm burst, the space that the aneurysm bleeds to is the subarachnoid space. The other thing that occurs in trauma like this is you can get a subdural. So the dura is the membrane that covers the whole brain and also right down your spinal canal. And it's a very thin membrane that looks like very thin leather. And in that space between the brain and the dura can be a lot of veins that go towards a central vein called the sagittal sinus. And if those tear, you have a venous hemorrhage from, which is not arterial, so it's not quick, but that can develop into a subdural as well. If you tear a portion of your brain as well, and you get a little arterial bleeds, that could create a much faster subdural hematoma. And so when you look at the pathology, the autopsy of his brain, you're looking at a subarachnoid hemorrhage, you're looking at a subdural hemorrhage, neither one of them which was huge or would have required surgery, as well as the contusions that I described in his frontal poles, in his temporal poles, and then the original bang, which was in the occipital area. These are all findings that you would see on a CT scan and an MRI scan without requiring an autopsy if he had made it to the emergency room.
I want to take a step back. At the beginning, you said that this laceration on the back of his head was caused by a fall. Could this be caused by a fall landing on hard ground?
Yes, I mean, like I said, it's a classic blunt trauma laceration.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this injury, the laceration and the basal fracture, was caused by Mr. O'Keefe falling backwards on the ground?
My opinion is that that's what caused his whole injury.
The pattern of the laceration, do you have an opinion whether that is consistent with hitting the cold, hard ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Could we have sidebar on that, please?
So I'm sustaining the objection, so no sidebar.
Your Honor.
Do you have an opinion, doctor, about whether that laceration on the back of his head was caused by a particular movement?
Well, the only way he could get this kind of an injury was to fall backwards, hit the back of his head, and then the resulting, energy forces going into his brain and to his base of his skull.
Would that type of laceration require Mr. O'Keefe to have hit a line type or ridge type object?
A ridge type of object?
Yes.
No, I mean, like I said, the tearing of the skin in that fashion, you could look it up, would be just a classic blunt trauma injury.
Is there anything about that injury that would suggest to you it had to have been something sharp or ridge-like to cause?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, request kindly a sidebar on this.
All right, we'll come to that.
Thank you.
This is what the blunt trauma is blunt trauma. It's not ground trauma. The blunt trauma is, which right now they're arguing over him saying like, oh, this blunt trauma couldn't have come from getting hit. Like, blunt trauma is blunt trauma. The stuff, so that part is, okay, here's the thing. I'm no doctor. I have 0 days of medical school, but I've watched enough of this to know that the blunt force trauma is something different than the rest of the stuff that he's talking about. So his opinion about how like, oh no, this is blunt force trauma, this has to come from hitting your head on the ground. You can't really say that because blunt force trauma is blunt force trauma. The part that he's saying makes him say that it was because of the ground is because of what happened after the blunt force trauma. So they're probably arguing that out in sidebar. Yeah, I'm not a doctor, but my brother is, so it's basically the same thing. It's pretty much the same thing. Pretty much. Yeah, he's saying that if you fall backwards, okay, think about like the your brain is in your head. For most people, some people we don't know. Brain is in your head, and he's saying as you fall, the brain and as you're falling, whatever, you hit the ground, the contact with the ground makes your brain like go forward or whatever. And I attended the Brandi School of Medicine. Good luck to you.
So as we were discussing, Dr. Wolf, you said this is a classic fall backwards. Is there anything about the pattern of that laceration that would suggest that there was a ridge or a line-type edge that caused that wound?
Not necessarily.
And have you seen, in your experience, similar types of lacerations and breaks caused by falling on hard ground?
Yes, you can see that both in the occipital region. You can see it if patients fall on the, forehead. The skin tears, they're still bridging, and then they get bruises.
Some of your work was in Minnesota?
Correct.
Was it a colder part of Minnesota?
Very cold part of Minnesota. It's Minneapolis.
I'm sorry. Did you often see these type of injuries there?
Yes, I mean, we took care of a trauma center, Hennepin County. Very frequently, patients that are drunk fall down on ice sidewalks and could develop, lacerations in their head, epidurals, which are blood clots above the dura because they fracture a bone in the temporal area and they can get a bleed from a fractured artery. And it happens when people are shoveling snow and have a heart attack and fall backwards. So there are various ways that people fall, resulting in head injuries and lacerations to their forehead or to different areas of their head.
Can somebody suffer this type of injury simply by falling backwards?
Absolutely.
You had taken us through the process of falling backwards and then talked about what happens to the brain. Can I ask you a couple detailed questions about that?
Sure.
When you explained that the brain upon impact then shifts forward and hits the front of the skull, is there a medical term for that process?
Well, the medical term is a coup counter coup injury. So the coup is when you first hit. In this case, it was the back of the head, as summarized by the laceration in the back of the head, and the contusions that the pathologist and the ME found in the back of the brain. And then the brain shifts forward, and as it's traveling at a certain velocity, because it's thrust forward on the floor of the base of the skull, it's getting bumped, and it's getting, again, you can think of it as a hammer hitting a thumb. It's getting black and blue in the areas that are sharpest.
Are there symptoms that result of the process coup counter coup?
This is clinically, it varies. I mean, you can go from anywhere from a simple concussion where you sort of are unaware of what happened, but you're still awake, you're confused, all the way to, ultimately being in a coma.
Can this type of injury, the coup counter coup, and what you see in the review of your files, could this type of injury happen from an attack by a weapon, like a bat or a hammer?
Well, he did not have a depressed skull fracture. So any focal hit like that would more likely than not have caused a depressed skull fracture. Blunt trauma, the way he had, the assumption, would cause the coup counter coup without a depressed skull fracture.
When the coup counter coup process happens with the skull fracture, does anything happen to the front of the skull?
Well, you're asking me, does the rest, I mean, the forces, depending on how hard they are, can generate fracture lines all the way to the anterior fossa. So you can have fractures along the lateral temporal area. You can have fractures along the orbital roof. The orbital roof is very thin, And so those forces can go all the way to that area.
Did you see any sign of orbital fractures in Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, he had both the ME and the pictures taken, and the neuropathologist mentioned fractures of the orbital roof.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those fractures occurred?
From the trauma.
Could you just explain a little bit how that would happen?
Well, as he fell backwards and he struck his head, it was clearly at a very high speed generated by the gravity. The bone, depending on the quality of his bone, the density, then generated forces. There's a certain amount of lateral give, and then you get a linear force going forward. It drives all the way up the clivus and forward into the anterior fossa where his orbital roofs lay. And this is why people like this get what they call raccoon's eyes.
Do you have an opinion whether the brain itself could have caused the orbital fractures?
No. The brain is a soft substance. You could literally put your finger through the brain. We often operate on people fully awake. The brain couldn't possibly cause a fracture. The fracture was caused by the forces generated through that clivus, that middle bone in the middle of his base of the skull.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not the brain in any way could have caused these orbital fractures?
The answer is absolutely not.
In your study of the records and photographs, and in your experience treating these types of injuries, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not a person would remain conscious or would be immediately unconscious after the impact of the ground?
Well, it's impossible to know whether he became immediately unconscious, but his injuries were very substantial, and it's more probable than not that at some point he quickly became unconscious and was unable to do functional activities.
What does functional activities mean?
The ability to, get himself up and about would be one of the functional activities. The ability to call for help would be a very significant cortical function. And that's why I was talking about, that there's a variation on the theme from a simple concussion to a severe concussion like this.
If a person does not have functional abilities because they are rendered unconscious, does their body, could it still move?
Yes, this is the interesting thing about our brain. So the cortex, which is the top portion of your brain, can get separated from your brainstem functionally. And what happens then is that your body is not acting autonomically, meaning vegetative. So why does that happen? We think it's because as we were a caveman, and if a caveman became unconscious, as an animal came up to eat it, the animal would touch it. Well, you have these automatic movements. One of them is called decorticating, which is where you draw your arms like this and you throw your feet out. And then a worse neurological situation is when you decerebrate. Now you push your arms out along with your legs. And that would scare off an animal. So we think that over time, genetically, this is what happened to our brains in order to create these. But those kind of movements are not thought processes. In other words, your brain is not telling you, oh, you have pain, go ahead and decorticate or decerebrate. It's an automatic movement in response to pain.
I want you to take us back now to after the fall. Would Mr. O'Keefe, in your study and opinion, have died immediately?
No.
Can you share?
I don't.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I'll tell it. There is very few things that you head injury where you would die, quote, immediately. So if I took a knife and stabbed you in the back of your neck right below your skull, and I drove it through your brainstem, you would probably die immediately. If I shot you below your ear and went through and through below your ear and shot through your brainstem, you would die immediately. But traumatic head injuries, you would not die immediately. It's a process. And it's a process of a combination of things. Brain swelling, which takes a while to develop, decreased blood flow to your brain because you're getting swelling, and ultimately death of the brainstem that controls your heart and your breathing. And so this is why there is a whole big issue about brain death. You know, when is someone brain dead? Because it's not instant and it can take a long time to be conceived. In these injuries that are very severe that we took care of, there was a high mortality rate. In the linear skull fractures, it was about 67%. But it took time for them to die. It could take days to weeks to months. And also, these people got to shock trauma, so it was a while, whether it was hours, before they were even starting to be taken care of, and yet they weren't dead yet. That's why I don't think it was immediate.
Was there any other observations you made about Mr. O'Keefe or his body that support your opinion that he didn't die immediately?
Well, the medical examiner took pictures of his periorbital area and diagnosed raccoon's eyes. So raccoon's eyes occur because there's leakage through the orbital fractures into the periorbital space. Normally, it takes about 24 to 48 hours to develop. It has been noted as early as 1 to 3 hours, which would make it not immediate.
Could we please have Exhibit 14? Dr. Wolf, could you share with us what you see here in this picture?
So right here, you can see the black and blue that sort of configures, if he had his eyes open, like what we describe as raccoon's eyes, right? And that's not caused by direct trauma to his eyelids. It's caused by what I described as the basilar skull fracture, which went to the anterior fossa, which is right over the orbit here, inside with leakage of blood products into that periorbital area.
You mentioned that starts or takes at least 1 to 3 hours to begin?
Minimally, yes.
You take that down, please. If Mr. O'Keefe had been brought to a trauma center or emergency room, what would the process be in your experience?
Well, he would have been intubated if he wasn't intubated in the field. One of the first things you need to do in a head injury is control the airway. Why? 2 reasons. One, you want to have enough oxygen going to the brain to feed it. And 2, you want to keep your carbon dioxide down because that causes increased intracranial pressure if it elevates. So you want to constrict the blood vessels a little bit. Then he would have had a CT scan immediately in order to assess whether he has a surgical head injury, meaning he needs to go to the operating room to evacuate something, or not. During that process, he's obviously going to be getting medication to decrease the brain swelling. And from there, you make decisions based on his neurological function and what you're, capable of doing to, spare the brain from the rest of the injuries that will result. One of the things that occurs with contusions is a great medical term is they can blossom, which means they can get bigger. And if they get bigger, they might require surgical intervention to decrease the pressure as well as the volume of the blood that's destroying brain. And so you do serial CT scans in these patients over time, anywhere from every 6 to 12 hours to on a daily basis, depending on what the case-by-case, production of blossoming is occurring.
You mentioned that about 2/3 of your patients who suffer this injury pass.
Correct. What we saw is that in the patients that suffered linear clavicle fractures, 2/3 of them ultimately went on to die, and 1/3 lived.
Is there commonality on how they pass?
One of the common reasons they passed is if they trapped a major vessel in one of the fractures, they would get a significant brainstem infarct, meaning a stroke, meaning lack of blood flow to a very significant portion of their brainstem. And so that was one of the causes of death that ultimately we understood. And then the others died from the increased intracranial pressure that drove the brainstem down through the foramen magnum.
Did you review any materials that talked about or identified Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature when he was treated?
As I recall, his core temperature was 80 when he was found.
Is that significant in the process and development of his injury from the moment he fell and hit his head until his ultimate passing?
Well, hypothermia, if you define hypothermia, it starts at 95 degrees. Your core temperature is usually about 98, 98.6. 95 is very mild hypothermia. When you get to 82 degrees, you're in severe hypothermia. What happens when you're hypothermic, and I'm a neurosurgeon, but I can tell you that you get into multiple organ failure. Your heart starts to have problems. It can have arrhythmias. You're not breathing. And ultimately, at hypothermia, you also become unconscious and go into a coma-like state. Below 80 degrees, you're probably going to die. So all I can tell you, it wasn't helpful that he had a significant head injury and that he was then found hypothermic.
Is it uncommon, in your experience, for people that suffer this injury to pass within 5 hours?
Well, none of the patients we treated died within 5 hours, but it also didn't mean that we didn't realize that they were going to be in a potentially vegetative state. When someone's hypothermic, you have to warm them up in order to establish a clinical status, meaning you can't declare someone dead with a temperature of 80. You have to warm them up slowly, appropriately, and then reevaluate where they are clinically.
I've asked you questions about whether you had an opinion about Mr. O'Keefe and when he died. I want to ask it in the form of a formal opinion. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. O'Keefe died immediately or within 15 minutes?
No, I don't think he died immediately. Neither the hypothermia nor this kind of head injury would kill you immediately in any clinical experience I have.
Dr. Wolf, thank you.
All right.
Let me have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Morning, Doctor. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting. Welcome.
Thank you.
Sir, can you just describe, you started to do it a little bit on direct, a typical day for you?
I wake up at 4:15 in the morning. I go to my center. I set up patients with frames for their either radiosurgical procedures or stereotactic craniotomies. I go home. I make cappuccino for my wife at 6 o'clock in the morning. And then I get back to work at 6:30 and move on. I have patients that I'm operating on, and I have patients that I'm seeing through the day.
And what type of patients and what type of work? Just in a typical day. What are you doing? What type of patients and what do you do?
It varies. I mean, I see patients with brain tumors. I see patients with hydrocephalus, which is water in their brain. I see pediatric brain tumors. I see subacute and chronic subdural hematomas, post-traumatic. I see patients with strokes that are being misdiagnosed. I see patients with cancer, metastatic disease. I used to see patients with cervical problems. I stopped doing that 2 years ago. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
No, that's great. And is that typical day, typical of the type of days you've had for the past month, past few years? Is it generally, without specifics, is it generally?
Correct.
So none of your typical days, none of the past typical months have involved forensic pathology, have they? You haven't acted as a forensic pathologist in...
I am, if you could have asked that question, very straightforward. I am not a forensic pathologist. I'm a brain surgeon.
Right. And you don't perform autopsies, correct, sir? You're a brain surgeon.
Correct. In other words, I see more brains than the forensic pathologist.
Right. And is it correct to say that the brains that you see are of living people?
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is to go to a different part of the head than was discussed, but sticking with the decedent.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last word.
I'm sorry, the topic is going to be Mr. O'Keefe, the decedent in this matter, sir. You testified about raccoon eyes. The medical term for that, sir, is ecchymosis, right?
Correct.
And ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, does not cause a laceration to form on an eyelid, does it?
No.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration to the outside area of his right upper eyelid?
I am aware that the ME described that. Yes, sir.
Now, could, Your Honor, I'm going to, with Your Honor's permission, ask to publish what is already in evidence in a moment.
Okay.
Look, if y'all see this spreadsheet and see all of my misspelled medical terms, mind your business.
Exhibit number, Mr. Alessi?
We're going to, 165, Your Honor?
I sounded it out.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Wolf, have you seen this photo depiction before today?
I believe I have.
Is it correct that that injury on the upper right eyelid is caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of the head, again, namely the upper eyelid?
That's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that injury was caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of his head?
Well, an easy answer to that would be is that that's not part of the periorbital ecchymosis.
Thank you, sir. That was exactly going to be my next question. This injury is unrelated to any of what you've been describing, the fall backwards, the force transfer inside the skull, the, as you described it, the dura, the cerebral spinal fluid, all of that dynamic that you so ably described on your direct examination. This injury has nothing to do with that, correct?
Correct.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Wolf. A pleasure again. No more questions at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, any brief follow-up on that?
No, thank you.
All right, Dr. Wolf, you're all set, so we can get out of here.
Thank you very much.
Brain Pappy, get on back down here to Florida.
All right. Mr. Brennan?
May we have a moment to inquire of our next witness?
Sure. And while I see counsel outside, our jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
That's it. Because here's the thing. They don't need to. The main thing he was pointing out is, okay, you're saying that that's how he died. Or that's how his, not that's how he died. That's how his brain injury happened or whatever. That's how his head injury happened, I should say. Here's the, you've given your explanation of why that happened, but there's a laceration on the outside of his eyelid, right? Yep. That has nothing to do with that, right? Yep. So now that's all they need to say, because they don't need to go back and forth on the opinions on whether or not the back could be caused. It would be, I think, counterproductive to spend a lot of time going over that.
So, jurors, you may realize that that went quicker than we thought. So we are ahead of schedule, so why don't we take that morning break that we can take? So we'll take a 15 or 20 minute break.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your
So they have no reason to go back and forth about all of that stuff. The main thing he wanted to say is that the thing on the front, the laceration to the outside of the upper eyelid, had nothing to do with falling back. So now we're still in a situation where, okay, your opinion is that this happened from falling back. Okay, but there's injuries to the front of the face that weren't caused by that. So if you just fell back and that was it, how did these other issues happen? If Alessi would have spent too much time going over, well, it could be this, it could be that, it could be whatever, it gets, that one important part would get lost in that. Because you can have somebody else that comes in and gives a different opinion saying, no, I don't think it's that, I think it's this, and here's why. So then the jury will still hear both opinions. But if Alessi spends too much time focusing on that right now, then that one thing about how you can't get a laceration on your eyelid from falling back could have gone missed. And that was the most important part of his cross-examination anyway. Yeah, the doctor said he fell backwards. not got hit by a car. So here's the thing too. Let's say, because the defense doesn't have to say, oh, he got hit with a whatever you think he got hit with, crowbar or a, you know, weight from the gym or what, like, it doesn't matter. They don't have to say something else that he got hit from. If, you know, if he can hit his head on hard ground, could this have happened in the garage? Sure. Does that explain the eye injury? No. That's still something that is not explained that the jury will have to somehow figure out. So, always with the brakes, this one. Still no evidence of a car hitting him. This was, you know, Brain Pappy is a very smart dude. He's especially smart because he moved from Minnesota to Florida, because honestly, the snow in Minnesota. Okay, speaking of which. All right, we listen and we don't judge, right? I will tell you, somebody asked earlier if I could tell the shovel story. I will tell you the shovel story, but we listen and we don't judge. Who, if anyone, has ever shoveled snow? Okay. In Georgia, that ain't something we're taught. We don't shovel snow. If we hear that snow is coming, we go to the Piggly Wiggly and buy all the bread and milk and then keep our butts at home. We don't have salt trucks. We don't have, you know, machines or people that treat the roads. We keep our butts at home with our milk and our bread. So I don't know anything about shoveling snow. And toilet paper, yeah. The toilet paper, you cannot even get on the toilet paper aisle at the Piggly Wiggly. When John Fowler said, have you seen your chat? We definitely judge. I'm there with you, but in this case, we listen and we don't judge. So I don't know anything about snowing. Let's try that again. Shoveling snow. I know literally zero about it. I've had 0 days of snow shoveling school. So I moved to Ohio. I left Georgia and I moved to Ohio for 6 years. My brother, when he graduated medical school, he moved up to do his residency with the hospital up there. And so I moved up there. I wanted to be near my brother and my sister-in-law, my nieces and my nephew. So I moved to Ohio, and I had never experienced snow that way. In Georgia, like, we would have snow occasionally and be like, you know, it would be, you know, what, like I said, like, it is what it is. You go out there with, you know, your one like dry rotted plastic sled that you've had since, you know, the last time it snowed in 1987, and you just make the best of it, right? But that's not how it works in Ohio. In Ohio, they have like snow like often. And there's a lot of it. And I bought this super cute little house in this, it's like outside of Dayton. It's like in between Dayton and Cincinnati, but it's closer to Dayton. But it's a little town called Miamisburg, super cute. I lived in like the little downtown historic district, and I bought this really cute little house. It was like set on a corner, and it had like a little picket fence, and the sidewalk, like, you know, went along the side of my house and then in the front of my house. Cute little wraparound porch, adorable house. But adorable house, but it was on the corner, so there's a lot of sidewalks. And it's like a downtown area, so people walk, you know? And I did not know that there are specific types of shovels that you have to use for snow. They don't teach us that in Georgia. That's not a thing. They don't teach us that. Maybe in North Georgia, I don't know, but not where I'm from. So when it snowed and I was like, oh crap, we have to shovel the sidewalk, I didn't know that there were specific shovels for it. So I just went out to my carriage house, is what they call them up there. I went out to my carriage house and I got my shovel, like my garden shovel, and went out there and was shoveling the sidewalk. And I was like, this is so hard. This is so much harder. How do people live up north? This is not something that people should ever have to do. I was like, it's heavy. It is loud. It is scraping the sidewalk, and like I'm looking, like the neighbors are looking at me out like they're like out the blinds, like looking at me like this. And I had no clue. They don't tell us this stuff. I had no clue that snow shovels are plastic, very lightweight, and move snow very easily. Nobody told us that. It wasn't in the brochure. I didn't know. Nobody tells me these things. You know who else didn't tell me? My neighbors who are watching me, probably filming me. I am probably on the internet out there somewhere shoveling this huge sidewalk with a garden shovel. We're not going to talk about how much effort I put into that or how far I got before the first time that I found out that there are snow shovels that you can buy that are plastic and easy. Have you ever seen how easy it is to use one of those? What are they? Are they plastic? Are they what are those snow shovels? They're lightweight, whatever they are. I don't know what they are. We listen and we do judge. I know. Y'all are all judgy. Judgy McJudge. I'm about to just turn chat off. I'm not listening to you judge me. They are plastic, whatever they are. Yeah, they are very lightweight and a lot easier than the kind of shovels I used. Like, because like I'm thinking like, garden shovel. This is like the shovel you use, like to clean out the stalls in the horse barn. This is, like, it's not what they use. It's not what they use up there. Once I found out that that's not what you use, they are great for horse stalls. They are great for gardens. They are terrible for snow on a sidewalk. Once I realized that that's not how that works, I was able to get one at Ace Hardware, and it was life-changing. Aluminum or plastic, most are plastic now. Yeah. They're definitely not. I judge your neighbors more for not helping you than judging. Yeah, that's true. They were probably in there like, y'all got to come see this. They were probably live on Facebook. They were probably like, how long did it take you to realize? If I told you that, you really would judge me. But you know what? It's fine. You know what I've never had to do in Florida? Shovel snow. Although we did have snow last year. It was the first snow here since like 1987. Did you spray the shovel with Pam to keep the snow from sticking? What? Is that a thing? Is that a thing? That's a thing? That's a thing. Or WD. What? That's a thing? Waxing shovels is a thing? What? You spray it with cooking spray and it got... Where were y'all in 2017? Now I just wonder if y'all just tell me weird shit so that you'll see if I go do it. Now, like, I'm like, is it though? Is it? I think we should start just making up rumors in here when we have sidebars. We'll make up rumors. We'll start saying like, yeah, this is a thing. It totally makes things so much easier. And then we'll just see who does it. Let's make up something else. What is, like, Judgy McJudgerson here. I've heard of it. Some of y'all are saying I've heard of it. Works great. Blowing my mind here, y'all. Blowing my mind. Blinker fluid. Some people need it. It's true. The first time I was told to spray your dish or satellite dish to keep snow off for signal. Oh my gosh. Did not even know that was a thing. Here's a food question. Do you put butter on your bagel before cream cheese or just cream cheese? So I love just butter on a bagel and I love cream cheese on a bagel. So if I'm doing a bagel, a lot of times I'll do, I like to do 1/2 with butter and 1/2 with cream cheese. It's weird, right? What was I about to Google? I still haven't taken my medication. What was I about to Google? I was about to Google something. Butter then cream cheese. So y'all do both? I've never even thought to do both. Also, how do we always go back to food? Panera's Asiago bagel. Depends if you're counting calories. I have not counted a calorie since I got my taste buds back. Brandi, that's actually genius. I love both, but never put them together. Thank you. I'm going to keep this up there because I love it when people say things like, Brandi, you're a genius. Especially after I just told y'all a story about how it took me 6 hours to shovel my sidewalk because I didn't know that snow shovels existed. So in order to redeem myself from that, I'm just going to leave this genius comment up on the screen for a moment. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. If this trial had happened when you lived there, you would have known to use a leaf blower. True dat. I'd been out there with a... Don't mind me. I'm just shoveling my snow with a leaf blower. Very controlled and calculated. How did he say it? He was doing it very easy and controlled or something like that. I don't know. Weed whacker. Brady, I was driving, but I love the shovel story. Zero judgment. Thank you. Because I sure was getting judged by my neighbors. But do Northerners know how to use a hose pipe? Mayo or Miracle Whip? Okay, I'm going to do a poll on this because there's only one right answer. There's only one right answer. I'm about to start blocking some of y'all. So excited for the results. %86 right now are saying mayo. We should just start doing this to make decisions for everybody, like as a family. Like we'll be like, this should be how we'll like do a family meeting, or we'll just pick one thing that everybody debates over, and we'll decide what the right answer is here, and then we'll just have to like enforce that in our own homes from now on. So like right now, mayo's winning, so everybody in chat's about to have to go throw out all their Miracle Whip and, you know, go buy Dukes or Hellman's. Miracle Whip is not like whipped cream at all. And whipped cream is probably insulted that. I like Dukes. I like Blue Plate. Dukes is my favorite. And Blue Plate and Hellman's. All right, I ended it. So 86% of you are correct and 13% of you are wrong. Miracle Whip is never the answer. Does Chat Daddy know the snow shovel story? I don't know. He might be listening right now. I'm not sure if he knows it or not. But like Chat Daddy has lived all over because of being military, you know, like he lived in Alaska. So I'm sure he knows the proper shovel to choose, but if only I had him in my life at that time. But honestly, if I had had him in my life at that time instead of the other one, then I wouldn't have been out there shoveling it anyway. He'd have already had it done. Mary Reagan said the correct answer is neither. I just make up my own mayo. It's so good. I used to make my own mayo. I did that for years. I made my own mayonnaise. I made my own wine. I made my own laundry detergent. I'm listening to this in the background while I work and laughing at how goofy this convo is. We just take a turn, don't we? We do. Okay, wait, there's one more question we have to ask, and this, I take this one personally. What goes in grits? Sugar? Or Chat Daddy, Steve Ellery says, Chat Daddy got whooped in a snowball fight. Oh, Steve, I need to hear about this. I need to hear more about this. He'll deny it. He'll say, he'll somehow make himself like that he won and you were the one that got whooped. What even is grits? I've always wanted to know. So grits are like you know how like sometimes it stinks to get out of bed in the morning? Grits are like what God was like, hey, I know this is hard. Here's the most amazing breakfast food ever to give you motivation to get out of bed. That's what grits are. Okay, ground up corn. Yeah, okay, that too. But also, it's like the best ever. It's the best ever. I love sugar on grits. No, that's not how any of this works. I don't like sugar on grits. It's not, I can't, nope, can't do it. I like cheese grits personally. I love jalapeno cheese grits too. I love shrimp and grits. Grits are bland with a weird texture. Don't let Brandi lie to you people. If your grits are weird with a bland texture, then you have not had them made right. Because grits can be bland with a weird texture. But that just means they're not made right. Yeah, sugar goes in oatmeal, not in grits. I love shrimp and grits. So grits is where'd that go? Grits is like a corn version of porridge. Okay, but when you say porridge, I think of like the orphanage on Little Orphan Annie. We're all coming over to have grits made by you. I'm telling you, grits are, you have to have, the thing is like, first of all, sugar is a no for me. That's a no for me on grits. But, and you can't have like the instant grits are not, like, they're not as good at all. You have to have like real grits. Milk, salt, water, butter, cheese. Love it. I have very little to eat in the condo. I wasn't planning on being here for as long as I am, but I didn't drive home Sunday. But I got grits. That's one thing I do have. Had grits in the Marine Corps. They're terrible. Then you did not have them made right. I love grits. I'm about to Google shrimp and grits for dinner next week. Shrimp and grits is really good. I don't eat. I have the instant. They're probably expired because I don't know how I even have them in there. Like I can do like the 10-minute, you know, grits or whatever, but like those ones that come in like, I can do those. I can do those. If you're going to have them for dinner, then you make them different though. If you're going to have them for breakfast, like you still like do like the cheese and the butter and all that. But if you're going to do them, yeah, Quaker. If you're going to do them for supper or for like a side with anything other than breakfast, I like to put garlic in there too. I think sugar on grits is just a gateway drug. Ah. That's hilarious. Brandy's next channel will be a cooking channel. I used to cook all the time. I cooked, I mean, at least 5 meals a week for however many years. Everything. I still get tired thinking about it. Have you ever had tomato gravy? Yes. Yes. I like tomato gravy. I used to make tomato gravy to put on biscuits. Like bacon, onions, tomatoes, tomato juice. Because I don't like raw tomatoes, but I love tomato gravy and like bruschetta and stuff like that. I don't like the sweetness of raw tomatoes, but yeah, tomato gravy is really good. It's good on like potatoes too. We sure do just start talking about food. Cooking with Brandi has entered the chat. Does Chat Daddy like grits? Yes. Southern man. Pan fried brim with cheese, grits, coleslaw, and sweet tea. Oh, you never had tomato gravy? Tomato gravy is so good. It's so good. And like I mean, you can put it on different things, but I love mine on, like, especially if I'm doing like potatoes and a biscuit or whatever with the meal, then I'll put it on both of them. So good. None of y'all have heard of tomato gravy? You've never heard of tomato gravy? Is that like not a... Is that not like a... Oh, I love fried green tomatoes. Wait, y'all have not heard of tomato gravy? Tomato gravy like pasta sauce? No, it's like, it's not like pasta sauce. It's like, it's like, I don't even know how to explain it. It's, I mean, I guess you could use it on pasta sauce, but, jurors are coming back in now. You can put it on anything. It's really good. I didn't realize that was something like everybody had. Could you tell them to take another 10 minutes? We're still talking about recipes.
Put it back in session, you may be seated.
All right, may we have Ms. Hanley, please?
All right, Christina Hanley's coming back to the stand. Yeah, you do it kind of like you make regular gravy, like with, but kind of like a little bit more watered down. Like, not watered down is not the right word. I like to make mine with like bacon grease.
And ma'am, I'll remind you, you're still under oath and to keep your voice. Thank you.
All right, on the stand, Christina Hanley.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Lally.
Ma'am, if you could, just please introduce yourself to the jury again, spelling your last name for the record.
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is spelled Hanley.
And Ms. Hanley, given the break, if I could just ask you a few questions, just to reorient as far as the items that we were speaking about yesterday in your testimony. First, starting with the items of glass that you analyzed in this case. The first of those items was an item 3-2, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you could, please describe for the jury, or please provide the jury with the description for that item that you received.
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. And there was some dirt debris material that was noted on the exterior and interior surfaces.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Did you show Compton? All right, thank you.
I gave Mr. Jackson my copy, yes, thank you. Showing you a photograph, Ms. Hanley, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
So this is a photograph that I took. It's item 3-2, but it's also, I would have to double check on my notes, but I believe it has item 7-12, one of the pieces that I'm holding, that's showing a physical match between those two items.
Your Honor, call both the seat to introduce and admit to the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibit 195.
They never compared a glass inside the house.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9490. Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Is that the photograph that I just presented to you?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, please describe for the jury what we're looking at here.
So that is a photograph that I took upon examination. It is the clear glass cup, item 3-2. And I'm holding another piece, which, again, I believe it's one of the pieces from item 7-12. I would need to confirm in my file, but I'm showing that one of the pieces physically fits with item 3-2.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you two other photographs. If you could just look at those, look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
So these are photographs that I took of item 7-12.
Your Honor, call both seat to introduce and admit as the next exhibit A and B.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 196A and 196B.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could, just remind the jury as far as the physical description that you received in regard to item 7-12.
Sure. So item 7-12 consisted of some clear plastic pieces as well as 9 pieces of glass with broken irregular edges.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first photograph 9476. And if you can enlarge that just a bit, Ms. Gilman. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is the photo that I took of item 7-12 as I received it. So there's the several pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9477. And if you can enlarge that just a bit. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Those are the same pieces of glass as in the previous photo, just a little bit more up close of the clear glass that was
Adding it to the
recovered
spreadsheet.
and is item 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as a comparative analysis between items in 3-2, the glass cup, and 7-12 regarding the glass pieces, what, if any, conclusions did you make in reference to your comparison between those two items?
Sure. So upon comparing those items, I did note that 6 of the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass had a physical match to item 3-2, the clear glass cup.
And if you could just remind the jury, as far as a physical match, what does that mean?
So a physical match is basically if an item breaks and those items have broken irregular edges, if those pieces come back together like a jigsaw fit, then it's a physical match and they were at one time together as one larger unit.
Now, as far as each of those items within 7-12 had a letter associated with them, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall which of the 6 were a physical match for item 3-2, the glass?
I would just need to refer to my notes for the exact letters.
Sure, you can take your report out.
A, B, C, D, F, and K.
The 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that physically fit to item 3-2 were A, B, C, D, F, and K.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this first, I'm sorry. So, Ms. Hanley, during the course of this physical match analysis that you're conducting, are you memorializing that process with photographs as well?
Yes, I am.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm presenting you with 4 photographs, if you could review those and look up when you finish. And do you recognize those, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are photographs that I took upon my examination of items 7-12 and item 3-2.
Colonel Combo, the seat to introduce and admit as the next exhibits, A through D.
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 197A through D.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9502, please. And Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
So this is one of the photos that I took of one of the breaks that physically fit together between item 3-2 and item 7-12.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9514. And again, Ms. Hanley, can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
Sure. So this is a photo that I took when I was doing my comparison of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
Now, as far as the individual pieces had sort of little white stickers or labels affixed to them, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you did, or is that something that, when it was when the items were provided to you was already done?
So item 7-12, I received those pieces with the labels already on them.
And again, those items, especially 7-12, had been with mixed veneer in your unit prior to coming to your table or your station, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9518. Again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another photograph that I took of the physical match. It's just another view of the items together of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
And lastly, for this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9520. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another picture that I took of the items just slightly rotated of item 3-2 with a physical fit to several items or several pieces from item 7-12.
Ms. Hanley, is there a laser pointer on the desk in front of you?
Yes.
If you could, preferably using this screen just so it's visible for the jury, could you delineate where you see in this photograph item 3-2 and where you see the items associated with item 7-12?
So this right here is item 3-2, and these pieces up here are several pieces from 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other two items that you analyzed or examined in this part of your physical match analysis were items 3-3 and 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And turning your attention specifically to item 3-3, if you could just remind the jury as far as the physical description of that item that was provided to you.
Sure. So item 3-3 was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges that were recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Single photograph, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a photo that I took of item 3-3.
Your Honor, Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Exhibit 198.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9446, please. And Ms. Hanley, in addition to the 5 pieces of glass associated with item 3-3, what else is depicted in this photograph?
This is a photo of the 5 total pieces that are from item 3-3.
And in addition to that, is there a ruler depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes, there is.
And what is the purpose of that ruler in the photograph?
It's there just as a scale.
What is the purpose of a ruler? Really? Is that what we're
Thank you,
doing?
Ms. Gilman, you can take
Okay.
that one down.
Is that what? Okay. I just thought it was pretty. It
Ms.
makes a pretty
Hanley,
background.
the last of those items, 7-14, if you could just remind the jury as far as what was the physical description that was provided to you in reference to item 7-14.
Sure. So item 7-14 was a clear piece of glass with broken irregular edges that was recovered from the road.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Again,
It
Ms.
adds
Hanley,
some
just
lovely
showing you a
color
single
contrast.
photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is a photo that I took of item 7-14.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit. No objection.
All right.
Exhibit 199.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9471, please.
So
again,
the two screens don't match.
This is the one that Proctor found in the road. Oh.
Thank you.
thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hanley, again, if you could just describe for the jury what is depicted in the photograph up on the screen.
This is the photo that I took of item 7-14.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. So, Ms. Hanley, in addition to the physical match analysis that you did between item 3-2, the cup, and 6 of the pieces that you found to be a physical match from item 7-12, did you also compare pieces from item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude in your physical match analysis of those items together?
So upon examining and comparing item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14, I had concluded that 6 of the 9 pieces of glass from 7-12 physically fit with item 3-2, and the remaining 3 of the 9 from 7-12 did not have a physical fit to item 3-2. I also compared item 3-2 and 7-12 to 7-14, but there was no physical match to item 7-14.
Now, in addition to that, did you also do a physical match analysis between item 3-2, the drinking glass, 7-12, pieces found from the roadway, and certain pieces from 3-3 from the bumper of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude based on that physical match analysis between those items?
So upon examining and comparing those items, so there were 5 total pieces of glass from item 3-3. I used 2 of those pieces for physical match comparison to the items recovered from the road. Upon my examination, I did not, there was no physical match between those 2 pieces from item 3-3 to any of the pieces recovered from the road. So that includes.
Side note, they're saying road now. That is not what it was labeled as. Lally keeps saying that they were found in the road. That's not what it was labeled as, though. It was the piece that was found in the road was the piece found by Proctor. The other ones were listed as having been found at 34 Fairview. This, like it, and it was said in the yard. So this is all. Lally keeps calling those pieces from 7-12 as, like, he keeps saying that those are pieces found in the road. That's not what they said. It may be a small thing, but I'd like to point out all the details.
Included items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14.
Now, as far as the 2 pieces that you had selected from item 3-3, do you recall which of those 2 lettered pieces you chose for your comparative analysis?
Yes.
And which were they?
They were pieces A and B.
And if I could ask, why pieces A and B versus other pieces?
So A and B were used for physical match. The remaining 3 of the 5 were not used for physical match comparison due to their size and condition.
Now, those same 2 pieces from item 3-3, pieces A and B, did you then do a physical match analysis between that and 7-14?
I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
I concluded that there was no physical match between the 2 pieces from item 3-3 to item 7-14.
Now, did you also do a physical match analysis between piece E from item 3-3 from the bumper?
I did not. No, not a physical match examination.
Did you do any comparative analysis between piece of glass E from 3-3 from the bumper and item 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
So I selected piece E for further examination. I did microscopic examination as well as instrumental analysis, and I did the same microscopic and instrumental analysis to 7-14, and I compared the data, and I came to the conclusion that the piece that I sampled from item 3-3, piece E, was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties to the sample that I took from item 7-14.
If you could, Ms. Hanley, could you please explain to the jury when you say instrumental analysis? What is that? What does that consist of?
So the instrumental analysis that I conducted was on the GRIM instrument, which measures the refractive index of the samples. So after I had ran my samples for both item 3-3 and 7-14, I compared the data to determine whether they were consistent or not consistent.
And so when you say that something is consistent in instrumental properties, what does that mean?
So in this instance, they had consistent refractive indices.
Now, in addition to that comparative analysis with the glass items, what other additional examinations did you perform in this case?
Sorry, could you say that again?
In addition to items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14, what other items did you look at in this case?
So I also examined item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And what was the description provided to you in reference to item 3-1?
3-1 was a taillight, and there were also some other plastic pieces as well.
And taillight from the same vehicle as the glass from the bumper, correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
We have another single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in the minutes.
No objection.
Thank you.
200.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9394. And Ms. Hanley, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 200?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
And what's contained in here, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the item 3-1, the taillight housing, looked like when you received it?
Yes.
Now, as far as, and we'll get to this more a bit in a moment, but as far as any sort of comparative analysis that you did with any other item, what part of this taillight housing were you comparing to that other item?
So there were clear and red plastic portions of the taillight that appeared to be broken. So I sampled portions of the clear plastic as well as the red plastic on the taillight.
And just for clarity purposes, if you could with the pointer, as far as which of these pieces up on the screen were you sampling the clear and or the red plastic from?
So the red plastic that I sampled was from this area. It's a little hard to tell from here. I think I'd have to refer to my photo in my notes, but I think there were a couple of different areas that had clear broken plastic. I think this might have been one of the areas that was broken that I sampled.
And just for my purposes, really what I'm asking, Ms. Hanley, is the clear plastic that you used from item 3-1 was from the housing unit itself, the large piece, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other item that you were comparing this to was item 7-18.18. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was provided to you as the description of that item, 7-18.18?
7-18.18 was debris that was collected from 2 pieces of clothing from the victim.
And specifically, that would be 7-17, an orange T-shirt, is that correct?
I believe that is correct, yeah.
Okay, as well as 7-18, a gray long sleeve shirt, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you say that item 7-18.18 contained debris, what did that debris consist of?
So the debris consisted of one clear piece of plastic, as well as several pieces of red plastic, among some other trace material.
Now, were there measurements taken of those items within the debris, specifically the clear plastic and the red plastic?
Yes.
And what were those measured to be?
I would just need to refer to my report for that.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so the clear piece of plastic in 7-18.18, it measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. And then I measured the largest and the smallest of the red plastic pieces. And the largest piece of red plastic measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece among those measured approximately less than 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch.
And so those particular pieces that you measured, about how small are we talking about?
So the largest for the red plastic, the largest piece measured, just for visual purposes, it's roughly like the size of a grain of rice. The rest of the pieces were smaller than that.
And who within the lab provided that debris in that taillight housing to your unit, to the trace unit?
So the debris from the clothing was transferred to my unit by Maureen Hartnett, and the taillight was submitted to the lab by Trooper Christopher Moore.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a series of 5 photographs. You can review those and look up when you're finished. Generally speaking, Ms. Hanley, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are the photographs that I took of 7-18.18.
I'm going to call both the seat to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, A through E.
No objection.
Thank you. It's 201 A through E.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9352. And Ms. Hanley, what is depicted in this photograph on the screen?
So this is one of the photos that I took of 7-18.18. This is how I received the clear piece of plastic.
And is that a tin that it's encased in at the time that you receive it?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9355. And what is this, Ms. Hanley?
So this is a photo of the clear piece of plastic that was within that tin.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9364. And Ms. Gilman, if you could enlarge this just a bit. Maybe just a little more, please. Thank you. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the photo that I took of the debris that was collected from the clothing items.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9366. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at?
Hold on. I want to. Sorry.
And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a photo that I took under a microscope of the red plastic pieces that I noted within the debris.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if we could have photograph 9369. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
Dang it, the captions
This is
are like.
a picture that I took of the red plastic pieces that I removed from the debris.
They're getting in my way.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Ms. Hanley, in reference to your comparative analysis from item 3-1, the taillight housing plastic, to the clear and red plastic pieces of debris from plastic debris from item 7-18.18, the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, what types of instruments did you utilize in this comparative analysis?
Sure. So after completing my examination, I utilized a comparison microscope as well as a polarized microscope, a FTIR, which is a Fourier transform infrared spectrometer, and I also used a microspectrophotometer, also known as a microspec.
And what is a microspec?
So a microspec is an analytical tool that we can use to examine samples that have color. So it provides information on the sample's dyes and pigments.
And how is that utilized in your comparative analysis?
So I ran samples from both items that I was comparing, and I compared the data from those two items as a part of my comparative analysis.
And when you run that sort of data, can you describe for the jury sort of what that data looks like? Like, what are you physically seeing when you're examining the data from a microscope?
So what we refer to it as a spectrum or just a graph. And when we do the comparison, we can overlay those spectra or graph to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And I know you spoke a little bit about it in your testimony yesterday, but if you could remind the jury as far as an FTIR, what is that and how is that used in your analysis?
So an FTIR is another analytical tool that we can use. A sample is exposed to infrared light, and it reacts in a certain way with that light. And what's produced is a spectrum of peaks and valleys that are representative and unique to your sample. And so that instrument was used to run samples from both items, and then the data was compared from both items.
Now, from your comparison of, starting with the clear plastic, from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, from your comparative analysis of that clear plastic to the clear plastic from item 3-1, the tail light, what did you conclude?
So the clear plastic from the debris was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties to the clear plastic from the tail light. So accordingly, the clear plastic from the debris could have originated from the clear plastic from the tail light or from another source with the same characteristics.
And with reference to the red plastic from item 7-18.18 from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, in your comparison of that red plastic with the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, item 3-1, what did you conclude from that analysis?
So the red plastic that I sampled from from the debris from the clothing from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the portions that I sampled from the red plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the red plastic from item 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic that I sampled from the taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I could just hold on 1 minute while the sirens pass. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes. Actually, is this a good time to take a break, Mr. Lally? Luncheon break?
Entirely up to the court. I probably have another 3-4 minutes left.
I'm going to see counsel for 2 minutes, folks.
It's just so slow. But also, at least we did see.
I told you earlier, we're ahead of schedule, so we will take a luncheon break, and we'll take an hour. So I know we'll take an hour. Okay, we'll see you back here. So we're just going to follow. Sure.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
So now we're taking an hour. So we weren't going to do a morning recess, and we were only going to take a half an hour lunch, and now we're doing an hour lunch, and we took a morning recess. Got it. Okay. All right. Well, what do I know? I just work here. 402. Luncheon recess. Oh. She says we're ahead of schedule. I don't know. I feel like she's trying to keep us here till Christmas, but you know. I want to find exactly what was said about the yard slash, why can't I find it? I'm gonna have to check. Just talking to myself. Because it's interesting to me that he keeps saying the pieces in the road when, and I want to double check exactly what was said, because I have yard and because it was a whole big deal. Remember? It was a whole big deal because they kept saying that the one piece that Proctor found was in the road and the rest of them were in the yard. And now I'm trying to find day 20. And now I have to find it, or else I'll spiral out of control. Because my notes are very rarely wrong. Okay, I'm going to take Lucy out, and then I will... Then I'll come back. We'll look it up, because I want to see... All jurors returned, but they swapped seats. I'm going to take her out and eat some lunch, and then while I'm eating, I'm going to look that up, because I want to... Oh, yeah, I can keep playing the podcast episode. I can do that. That way it won't be quiet, and it won't scare you when I come back. Okay. All right, banners. Let's see. Let me... Luncheon recess till 2. Okay, there we go. All right, I'm gonna play this. I will see y'all in just a little bit. I'm gonna find that piece, and we're gonna talk about it, and we'll do a Q&A as soon as we get back, or as soon as I get back. I'll see y'all in a minute. Clark was the one that was called out to take pictures. Clark works with the State Police Crime Scene Services, and he responded to Canton PD and was met there by Proctor. He took pictures of Karen's SUV while it was there at the Sallyport, and he took friction ridge impressions, basically looking for fingerprints. Once he was done there, he went to 34 Fairview, and then he returned to Canton PD, where Trooper Paul was doing testing on Karen's SUV. He took a couple pictures during that process as well. Now, although there were other searches done, Clark said he was never called out to document any of those, just the one on February 1st. The only other involvement he really had in the case is accompanying Proctor for an interview of Colin Albert in July of 2023, a year and a half after John's death. Defense attorney David Yannetti was doing the cross of Trooper Clark, and during this cross, he asked a few big questions that caused quite a stir. Yannetti asked Trooper Clark if he joined the Norfolk CPAC unit when Lieutenant Brian Tully was the supervisor. Now remember, Tully was rehomed after the last trial. He was removed as supervisor for that unit during his internal affairs investigation and transferred to a different department in a different role. Yannetti brings this up.
So you've been there for approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks should to disregard that.
Now, if I could request an instruction.
Jurors, pay no attention to that question or answer. That is not properly before you with this witness.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute, please.
They go to sidebar, and the jurors are supposed to ignore that they just heard about a supervisor being removed there. After they come back from sidebar, questioning continues, and Trooper Clark is asked about going with Proctor to the interview of Colin Albert. Yannetti asks if Proctor told him about his connections to the Albert family before they went, but Lally objects, and that's sustained. And then Yannetti asks this.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruiser?
Sustained, and jurors, I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
So when it's brought up that Proctor and Kevin Albert are drinking together in his police cruiser, the objection is sustained, and jurors are told to strike that. But it's like that old saying, you can't unring that bell. And when Yannetti asked to be heard at sidebar on this, the judge says she will hear him. And then we hear a hot mic moment where it sounds like Yannetti is getting called a colorful word. Listen closely.
I will hear you.
The hot mic moment had the whole world talking. Is that Judge Cannoni calling Yannetti that? Sure sounded like it. And the line of questioning must have had some type of impact on the jury, because reporters said that there were 3 jurors who were openly laughing after Yannetti brought up these issues. When they laughed, a court officer apparently walked over and stood in front of them for a moment. Evan Brent from the Massachusetts State Police testified briefly on day 15 as well. He was called out on February 3rd for the search that was done at Fairview. This is the one that actually had documentation done, because Trooper Brent is the one who photographed it. This is the only search that he was called out to take pictures for. The search involved Proctor, Buchanan, DeChico, Moore, and Tully. They had shovels and were going through the snow that was on the snowbank at 34 Fairview collecting evidence. Brent said a lot of the snow had already melted at this point. And after the search at Fairview, he went to John O'Keefe's house to take pictures of the exterior of his house and his car. He said he didn't observe any damage to either. Now, the searches were questionable, the evidence collection was questionable, the ethics of some of the troopers involved is questionable. But the science is the science, so by the time we get to that part, some questions are usually able to be cleared up. But if the prosecution was hoping that the state crime lab and medical examiner were going to be able to remove any reasonable doubts and clear up any questions that the jurors may have, well, they may have another thing coming. We'll be right back after this. Maureen Maureen Hartnett from MSP Crime Lab took the stand on days 15 and 16, detailing her role in the analyzing of Karen Reed's SUV, looking for evidence and documenting anything significant that she found. Interestingly, as soon as Hartnett takes the stand, Brennan asks her about responding to the Sally Port on February 2nd, 2022. She has to tell him that it was February 1st, not the 2nd. Hank has never been good with dates and times. Now, a lot of what Hartnett did, we have been over in detail in previous episodes, so I'm not going to get bogged down in the details, but there are a few really important things to note here, and a few key moments in testimony that I want to go over. The first thing that I think is notable is that Hartnett checked under and around the car for blood, and those tests were negative. There was no blood or biological material found. And that's important. That's something that you would expect to find in a pedestrian collision. There's also something else that wasn't there that I would expect to be present.
Did you find any sand or salt or any other debris in the inside portion of that taillight?
No, I did not.
I thought this was a great question. I lived in Ohio for 6 years before moving back down south, and I remember during the snow season, the salt from the treated roads would be everywhere on my car. I would expect there to be salt and sand inside the taillight housing if it were shattered while she was driving that morning and later that day, all the way to Dighton in the snow. Remember, the taillight pictures from February 1st show the taillight almost completely, gone. There's only one small piece of red plastic left at the top. The rest is missing. And if the whole thing is missing, how is there no salt on there? You can see in the pictures of the car that the salt is everywhere else, so how would it not be in the taillight housing? Unless, maybe, it wasn't broken that badly when she was driving it. So that evidence isn't looking so great for the prosecution, right? But there are a few things that support their theory. There are a couple of scratches on the bumper. Although without any damage to John O'Keefe's body in that area, they're still kind of hard to explain. But one thing that the Commonwealth is going to do when there's no evidence working for them is they're going to create evidence. And that's exactly what they tried to do twice during Hartnett's testimony. First, with apparent broken glass. Now, Brennan puts up a picture on the screen of the bumper and the back liftgate of the SUV. The bumper has salt and debris all over it, and there's a piece of glass that has a sticker beside it to mark it as evidence for the camera. So Brennan asks about the bumper and the stickers that are on the screen.
And those two white stickers, could you tell us what those are?
This sticker, this sticker here is marking where the apparent pieces of glass are.
Is there another sticker above, or is that?
I'm not sure. If you could close up, I'm not sure what that is. Yes, so that is another sticker, and next to that sticker are additional pieces of glass.
Those items to the right of that picture, are those pieces of glass?
Yes, I would say that's an apparent piece of glass here, and this one.
But on cross, Alessi brings the picture back up and zooms in and points out that the letter is inverted in one of the pictures, meaning there aren't multiple stickers pointing to multiple pieces of glass on the car. There's one sticker on the bumper, and the top one is the reflection.
There's only one sticker, and the second sticker is merely a reflection of the first sticker, and therefore, you have doubled the stickers and you've doubled the amount of glass on the bumper. Can you see that? Can you determine that from the photo?
No, can I see the other photo, please?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we could, Your Honor, with your permission, go to Exhibit 133.
Okay.
Alessi pulls up the other picture, and again, you can see the bumper with the sticker and the reflection on the liftgate. I have to admit, the drama around this moment in court was kind of like a Columbo moment, or like a Elle Woods moment, whichever reference you want to go with. Now, the other example of creating evidence where it doesn't exist was a little more calculated and a lot more sneaky. Hartnett is talking about doing a DNA swab of the taillight housing. Now, she specifically says that she swiped the swab all around the taillight on the part that would be exposed when the taillight is intact.
So I took my collection from this upper right-hand corner, the red apparent plastic, as well from this area down here, another piece of red plastic, and then these clear apparent plastic here on the front of the taillight housing. Basically, any areas that would have been exposed when the taillight was intact.
Now remember, the DNA swab of the taillight shows DNA from John O'Keefe and 2 other unknown individuals, and there's male DNA detected. Now, Brennan kind of ignores the other 2 profiles since that doesn't work with his theory, but here's what's sneaky about what he does. He wants the jury to think that the DNA came from the cracks in the taillight. So he asked Hartnett about those areas specifically.
When you took the swab, did you run it along the brakes in the red part?
Like the edges here?
Yes, the edges.
It's possible, yes, that I collected from those edges.
Do you have a memory of what part you actually swabbed?
I remember swabbing the external areas of the taillight, those that would have been on the outside prior to any damage being done.
Hartnett doesn't seem like the sneaky type like Brennan, so I don't think that she really seems to understand what he's implying here. So she answers, but again specifies that the only places she swabbed are those that would have been exposed when the taillight was intact, as in not the cracks like he's asking. It's a sneaky move, and it's one that Alessi clears up on cross. And speaking of sneaky moves, you may remember Lally saying last year that there were pieces of microscopic taillight embedded in the sleeve of John O'Keefe's shirt. It's something that was never testified to by any witness. In fact, Hartnett testified that the clothing was brought to her by Proctor after being in the hospital floor and in the ambulance floor, and the clothing was packaged together, chain of custody in question. And again, Hartnett described the process for removing any debris from the clothing.
I remove any large items that may be present on the item, such as apparent hairs or fibers, anything that I can pick off, I can visibly see with a pair of tweezers. Once that is done, I will do I did a general debris collection where I took a large metal spatula-shaped object and scraped the clothing, or in this particular case, the sweatshirt. And any debris that came off the sweatshirt was put into a glassine fold and preserved.
Before you tried to scrape off any debris that was on the sweatshirt, could you, to your own eye, see any debris in the sweatshirt?
In this particular case, I did pick off a couple of pieces of what I termed black debris. I made no additional analysis of that item. I packaged that separately, and then the scrapings themselves, I did not make any observations of anything contained in those scrapings. So there was nothing of note that I could have put in my notes to further classify them.
Now, the reason that this is so important is that telling the jury that there were microscopic pieces of taillight embedded in the shirt is once again creating evidence that doesn't exist. Now, the final part of Hartnett's testimony that I think is important to discuss is what I have referred to as the little hair that could. This hair has been the topic of ongoing litigation before the last trial, and it's been one of the most debated pieces of evidence in both the first and second trials. Hartnett describes the apparent hair and how she collected it.
I found one apparent piece of hair on the Lexus. I collected that hair with either disposable tweezers or tweezers that had been bleached with a 10% bleach solution. I put them in a glassine envelope and then put them in a larger manila envelope. In a larger manila envelope.
So here's why this apparent hair has been so debated. First of all, the initial testing of the hair came back with the result of no human DNA detected. There was no root on it, and it was the only one found on the car. Now, the other issue that raises questions is how it was found there. So the hair is found on the bumper, but it's not like the flat part of the bumper, it's the vertical part toward the bottom. It's actually kind of more like the lower quarter panel. This isn't an area where John's head would have hit the car anyway, not even according to any of the theories that the prosecution has given us. But also, the car is driven from 34 Fairview to John's house that night and then parked in the garage before the snow really starts to fall hard. And it's parked in the garage for somewhere around 4.5 hours. Then it's driven to Jen McCabe's the next morning, then back to John's where it stays in the driveway for a few hours. Now, Karen and her family get the car and drive it all the way to her parents' house in Dighton, where it's parked outside, Then a tow truck takes it all the way back to the Sallyport in Canton during a blizzard with average wind speed of around 16 miles per hour and wind gusts of 37 miles per hour. And all the while, this little hair somehow stays stuck to the vertical side of the slick rear quarter panel and hangs on even as the snow melts and slides off the car and down onto the floor. Now, Alessi brings up the questions about how this is possible, and during redirect, Brennan tries to kind of feed answers to the witness to explain how it could happen, asking first if water could be a conduit, and then asking if it could be an adhesive. Now, I agree that water can act as an adhesive for certain things like this. Like, think about a hair sticking to the side of the shower. But the hair on the shower wall isn't subjected to 37 mile per hour winds and blizzard conditions. So, I don't know. I guess it's up to the jury to decide what they think about it. Now, as Hartnett was wrapping up her testimony for the day, she was told that she was done, and she stopped and actually asked Judge Cannoni if she could clear something up and correct the record from something that she said the day before.
Hartnett, you are all set.
I wanted to correct something from the record yesterday. I wasn't sure when was appropriate to do that.
Okay. Do you recall which lawyer asked you the question?
Yes, Mr. Alessi asked me the question.
So this isn't really how it's done. If there was something that either side thought she should clear up, or if there were any questions about her testimony, it would be up to the attorney to elicit that from her when they're back up there asking her questions. So, for example, if she said something that was not correct to Alessi, then it would be up to Brennan to get up there and say, you know, is there anything you want to change, or is there anything that you think you need to correct? Basically anything to elicit that testimony. But that doesn't happen here. And once each side has finished, it's not really like legally appropriate for her to just kind of say something else about previous testimony. So after a brief sidebar, Judge Cannoni lets Ms. Hartnett know that the questions are completed, so she isn't really allowed to go back and clear anything up at this point.
All right, so Ms. Hartnett, I am going to let you step down because questions from both sides are completed.
Okay,
so
thank
you though.
I gotta say, I at least appreciate the effort, though. And she said it's something that Alessi was asking her, so I can't help but wonder if maybe she realized that he was right when he was asking about the stickers, and that one of them is a reflection of the other. But I guess we'll never know. We'll be right back after this. Another big piece of testimony coming from the state lab this week is the analysis of the taillight pieces. State crime lab analyst Ashley Vallier took the stand on Friday, day 17, and went through a long list with a ton of item numbers. So here's the very simplified breakdown of this. These packages of taillight pieces were brought in from different times that they were collected by different groups. Now, there were 2 packages from the CERT team search on January 29th, 2 packages from the search on February 3rd with Proctor, Buchanan, Tully, DeChico, and more, and then 1 piece that Chief Berkowitz just happened to see from the road as he was driving by in the rain the day after that. There were 2 packages that have Buchanan's name on the collection bags from February 10th, and the rest from Proctor, 1 dated February 8th, 2 dated February 11th, and 1 dated February 18th. So the first thing that Ashley did is take each of the evidence bags and look at the pieces that were in each bag to see if they match with other pieces in that same bag. Now, there were some that had matching pieces and some that didn't. Then she took the pieces and compared them to each other, seeing what she could fit together. I spent a lot of time going over all of these item numbers and comparing what items from which searches fit what other items from what other searches. Something interesting that I found is that there are only 2 pieces from the CERT search that she was able to fit to the taillight. Other pieces that were able to be matched with any other pieces were all found during a search where Proctor and or Buchanan was present. Also, the final pieces that were found by Proctor in undocumented searches and were among the largest pieces of all of them. Some of those large pieces were said to have been found by Proctor literally the day after Buchanan had just been out there and found much smaller pieces. Also, both pieces that were able to fit into the piece from the CERT team search were both fit in the same general area of the taillight. And the entire rest of the taillight piece that was put together, all of those were from Proctor and Buchanan searches. Think about what that means for a moment. Picture this broken taillight and all of these pieces being put together like a puzzle to basically go over the broken taillight to kind of show where they would have been. The CERT team search that was done only has 2 pieces of that whole puzzle, and both of them are in the same general area. The entire rest of that taillight cover are all pieces that had Proctor or Buchanan as the person collecting them. And there's something else that's very interesting when it comes to the matching of the glass and plastic. None of the glass pieces found on the bumper of the car were able to be matched to the drinking glass that was found in the yard. But there were pieces found in the yard that did match it. Now, there was also a piece of glass that Proctor found in the road, and that didn't match the drinking glass either. It was consistent with one piece of the bumper glass, not necessarily a match, but they were able to say it's at least consistent. Now, during cross, Yannetti asked about the chain of custody and who brought all of these pieces to the lab to drop them off. Lally objected to the question, which I think kind of just drew more attention to it. But the objection was overruled, and Ashley responded, it was Proctor. Now, this week, the jury also heard the results of the DNA testing when Andre Porto took the stand. Again, there were a ton of long item numbers, and it kind of made everything sound much more tedious and complicated than it needed to be, which could make it hard to follow. So I simplified all of this as well. First, the taillight. The taillight housing that Maureen Hartnett said she swabbed, the external parts of the taillight that would have been exposed when it was intact, was a mixture of 3 contributors, John O'Keefe and 2 unknown contributors. Now, we do know that those 2 unknown contributors could not be Proctor or Buchanan because samples were taken from them to compare. But when the officer who actually took those buccal swabs took the stand and testified about getting those buccal swabs for them, Yannetti actually asked if he was asked to take the swabs from Tully, Berkowitz, or Kevin Albert, and he said no. The implication here is clear. Those extra contributors that we don't know could be Kevin Albert, Lieutenant Tully, or Chief Berkowitz, according to the defense. The drinking glass that was found in the yard was also tested, and that also had the DNA of John O'Keefe and 2 unknown contributors. Now for John O'Keefe's clothing. There were stain samples that were taken from stain A, B, C, D, and E in John O'Keefe's orange t-shirt that he had on under his hoodie. All of those DNA samples came back to match John O'Keefe. Now, this isn't surprising. He had on this shirt under his hoodie, so there's no surprise that these belong to him and not anybody else. Now, as far as the hoodie goes, there were some stains that were tested that came back to only John O'Keefe, but there were also stains from John O'Keefe and 1 unknown contributor on multiple stains on the hoodie. As for the jeans, there were 3 stains that were tested that came back with the DNA of John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals. That's 3 different stains. There were also 2 other stains that were tested that came back to John O'Keefe and 1 unknown individual. And the unstained areas of the jeans had 4 contributors, John O'Keefe and 3 unknown individuals. John O'Keefe's shoes were also tested. The right instep of his shoe had a mix of 5 contributors, but because there are so many, they aren't able to narrow down if any of them belong to John O'Keefe or who they belong to. When there's that many, it's not suitable for testing. So is having these unknown DNA profiles showing up on John O'Keefe's clothing suspicious? I mean, Porto did say that there is male DNA present, and part of the defense's theory is that there was some kind of altercation and John was taken outside. Lally asked Porto about how easy it is to transfer DNA, and I think that he was hoping to clear this up as something that's common and no big deal, but I don't know that he got the answer he was necessarily looking for.
Mr. Porto, based on your training and experience in years of doing DNA testing at the lab, when it comes to samples from items of clothing, is it uncommon or common to have multiple contributors?
That depends. It can happen, but it's possible, yes.
Is it something that's a complete anomaly?
I wouldn't say so, no.
I think by asking, is it common or uncommon, Lally was hoping that he would say, yeah, it's common. But I think the first lesson that they say of Attorney 101 is don't ask a question that you don't already know the answer to. So that brings us to one of the most important technical testimonies of the week, maybe of the entire trial. This week, the jury finally heard from Dr. Scorti-Bello, the medical examiner who did John O'Keefe's autopsy. So medical testimony is some of the most complex, and it's also open for interpretation. Doctors come in and give their medical expertise, but these are medical opinions, and medical opinions are not concrete. For example, toward the end of 2018, I started having some lower back problems. Through 2019, it got a lot worse, and I was diagnosed by a doctor as having slight scoliosis with lower spine crooked near my sacrum joint and a ruptured disc near a nerve. I also began getting sick that year. I was diagnosed with gallbladder issues, and I had my gallbladder removed. More symptoms led to a diagnosis of polyps on my uterus, and so on and so on. I spent more than a year going to different doctors trying to figure out what was happening to me. And on Christmas Day, 2019, I was admitted into ICU, forced into emergency surgery, close to death as my body was shutting down. I was in full kidney failure and didn't know it. It would be another 2 months after that before I was finally diagnosed by a different doctor with what was actually wrong with me. Stage 3B squamous cell carcinoma. I had cancer and had been misdiagnosed for so long that it had spread to stage 3. I bring that up as an example for medical opinions. The pain that I had in my back was from a cancerous tumor that was growing inside of me, but the symptoms were the same as scoliosis and a ruptured disc. I was sick because my body was being taken over by cancer, but the symptoms were the same as a bad gallbladder, and so on. Doctors can have different medical opinions about someone based on what they see, and both the prosecution and the defense want to use Dr. Scorti-Bello's findings on what she saw to support their own theory. So let's break down each of the injuries or findings and show how each side argues that it supports their theory. First, the head injury. There's a laceration or tear in the skin that has an abrasion or scrape right above it. This is also a skull fracture in the back, and this is blunt impact injury. This is actually the primary cause of John O'Keefe's death. The prosecution argues that this is from hitting his head on quote-unquote frozen ground. The doctor agrees that this could be possible, but the defense argues that Dr. Scorti-Bello saw no signs of dirt or grass or rocks or any kind of debris in the head wound, so it wouldn't be consistent with falling on the ground. Now, the doctor can't identify the cause of the pattern abrasions on John's arm, so the prosecution argues that they're from taillight. The defense argues that they're from Chloe, the Albert's German Shepherd. There's a laceration on John's eye and one on his nose that the prosecution says could be from a number of different things, although they don't seem to have a specific theory. And the defense says it could be from an altercation and being hit in the face. There's hemorrhaging in John's pancreas and stomach that the prosecution argues is from hypothermia, and the defense argues could be from the Lucas machine that John was hooked up to that did around 3,700 compressions during life-saving measures. And the slight ulcers can also be a sign of hypothermia, but they can also be caused by alcohol consumption and the medication that John was taking. So overall, Dr. Scortibello gives her determination of the cause and manner of John's death. Now, the cause is the disease or injury that leads to death, and the manner consists of the circumstances that led to it. There are 5 options to choose from: accidental, natural, suicide, homicide, and undetermined. But first, she gives the cause of death.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, did you reach a conclusion about the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death?
Yes, the cause of death was determined to be blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia.
You mentioned 2 different things, blunt impact and hypothermia. Was
Correct.
there a primary cause of death in your opinion?
The blunt impact injuries of head.
Now, as far as the manner of death, like I said, the choices are homicide, suicide, natural, accidental, or undetermined. And Dr. Scortibello said the final manner of death is undetermined.
Is what we call undetermined or could not be determined. That is when the circumstances in a case are not entirely known or clear to us, and the information that we have does not support one manner of death over another. In that case, we classify the manner of death as undetermined.
So Dr. Scortibello explains that after the autopsy is done, they release a death certificate. Now, this will have the manner and the cause of death if they're known at that point. But if they don't know enough at that point to give the cause or manner of death, then they'll mark it as pending. After 90 days, if there's enough information that has been found to change that to something specific, like, for example, to homicide, then they'll do that, and then they'll release an amended death certificate, but otherwise, it'll be marked as undetermined. Now, in this case, the cause of death is blunt impact injury of the head and hypothermia, although she said that hypothermia isn't the primary cause. But for the manner, even after the 90 days, she left it undetermined. She said there's still not enough information for her to know one way or the other. Now, think about that. That's kind of a big deal for the defense, because if the medical examiner says that there's not even enough information to determine that this is a homicide, then how does that look for the Commonwealth's case? Now, that was actually decided in late April of 2022. And if you watched the first trial, you'll remember that Proctor wasn't happy about this. There's actually a text thread that was read in court during the first trial where he's talking to Trooper DeChico, and he was mad when he called Dr. Scortibello a whack job because she wouldn't rule this a homicide. So aside from the manner of death being undetermined, there were a few other major points scored for the defense during Scortibello's testimony. For example, the doctor starts to explain that someone at the hospital originally gave information about John O'Keefe being at a party. He was walking to the house and he referenced some kind of altercation or dispute that John O'Keefe was apparently in. Now, Brennan objected and it was sustained, so we didn't get to hear anything else about this altercation. Also, toward the end, Alessi made a few huge points for the defense when he had Dr. Scortibello walk through the injuries one by one. She acknowledged that she looked for signs of a motor vehicle strike to John O'Keefe's legs and lower extremities. And she said she found no evidence of any impact site, no bruising or bleeding or broken bones. Also, the right eye injury is not caused from falling back and hitting the head, but she agreed it could be consistent with a punch. The abrasion and scrape on John O'Keefe's nose is not from falling back. She couldn't determine the cause of pattern injuries on the arm, which means they could be consistent with an animal. And the determination about the manner of death, she could not determine this. And this is what Alessi said.
You were unable to reach a determination as to the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That is correct.
So you had doubts about the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, and you consider those doubts reasonable?
Sustained.
Throwing in the reasonable doubt thing right there, pretty smart. Brennan must not have liked how well that went for the defense, because when he got back up to do redirect, he kind of began spiraling out of control. First, he brings up grand jury testimony that Alessi read from with Dr. Scorti-Bello, and he begins kind of badgering her when asking about it. But he's doing it in a way to try to make it seem like Alessi was trying to trick the jury.
You were asked about part of your statement in the grand jury. When you provide statements, is it important to have the statement in context to understand it?
Yes.
Is it important to have a complete statement rather than just part of a statement?
Yes.
Okay, side note, of all people to get annoyed about this, Hank Brennan ain't the one. But continue.
Do you remember when he read part of your answer? It was in response to a grand juror's question?
Yes.
Brennan reads the part of the grand jury testimony that Alessi had just read, where Dr. Scorti-Bello says that given the information that she had, she agrees that certain things could have been caused from something other than hypothermia, but she was basically giving the answer based on the information that she had.
Do you remember Attorney Alessi read you that part of your statement?
Yes.
Do you remember that you had more to that statement that was left off when he confronted you with it?
I'm sure there's more to this.
To complete your statement, you said, but in the whole context, I believe that those are signs of hypothermia and not caused. Do you remember that completion to your statement?
Sustained. You can show her the statement.
Okay.
So the rest of this is basically what he just said, that she said, given the entirety of it, with a man in the snow being the information that she was given, she determined that she thought it was hypothermia. This is nothing new that wasn't already said, but Brennan tries to use this as a gotcha moment. Listen to how aggressive he gets, trying to give the impression that Alessi was somehow trying to trick the jury, even though Dr. Scorti-Bello already said this information.
Do you remember Attorney Alessi reading part of your answer back?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'll strike that.
You asked about your entire answer or just part of it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Can you read the rest of the answer that you weren't given when it was read to you?
Objection, Your Honor.
So this is phrased as refreshing recollection, so follow it appropriately.
Do you now remember there was more to your answer?
Yes.
Could you share with us the rest of your answer?
Ask the appropriate questions to Brennan.
Do you remember the part that was left out?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Does it refresh your memory to the rest of your statement to the grand jury?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
After looking at this, does it refresh your memory to the rest of your statement you made to the grand jury?
Yes.
And could you share the rest of your statement with the jury, please?
I have to take those findings in the context which was presented to me. So in the case of this particular case, those hemorrhages, in the context of a body found in the snow, I believe they were due to hypothermia.
Is your answer more complete in context?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
He's literally spiraling. And the thing is, he made such a big deal about her reading that part when she's already testified to that. So all he did was just make himself look like a spoiled brat, allegedly. But the spiraling doesn't stop there. For some reason, Brennan starts asking questions about freezer burns and asking if there were any signs that John O'Keefe had been put in a freezer. Where did that come from? Then he begins to go through a list of all the things that he's asking Dr. Scorti-Bello if she knew before making her determination that it was undetermined on the manner of death. And this kind of backfires on him because he goes through this entire list and it's all things that are completely irrelevant to a medical examiner's opinions. I think he was potentially trying to salvage this whole thing. And he brought up all of this evidence that he says points toward Karen Reed hitting John, like all of the things about, did you know that Karen told Jen McCabe that she could have hit him, or did I hit him? And all of this backfired big time because Dr. Scortibello said, yeah, she knew all that. But even knowing all of that, this huge list that he just went through, she still didn't have enough information to rule this a homicide. There's something else that came up in this testimony that was interesting to me. If you'll remember in one of the last episodes, I said something about how I thought it was so strange that Proctor didn't go to the autopsy. We heard from Trooper Connor Keefe that nobody from his unit went with him, and I thought that was so strange. Well, there were questions asked about this to Dr. Scortibello, and something strange happened. A picture is put up on the screen. Now, the picture is from the defense, and it's labeled Proctor and Keefe. And in the picture, you can see Trooper Connor Keefe. It's very clear that it's him. And then there's also a bald man standing beside him, and it looks like it could be Proctor. It looks like it could be Tully, but it's labeled Keefe and Proctor. So I saw that, and my first thought was, wait a minute, was Proctor actually there? It would make more sense for him to be there, but Keefe said he wasn't, and there was nobody to really tell us any different. Now, there was a log where the troopers who were there had to sign in, and Brennan asked Dr. Scortibello to read that log.
Does it refresh your memory on people who attended the autopsy?
Yes.
And who were they?
I believe one person was Mr. Keefe and the other one was Mr. Connor.
So it sounds like she says Mr. Keefe and Mr. Connor, but it was Trooper Connor Keefe and then someone else. Could it be Trooper Connor? This had me spiraling. I wanted to know who it was because Keefe said that there was nobody else from his unit that went with him. So the very next morning, the day starts out with Brennan reading a stipulation agreed to between the parties.
And the stipulation between the parties is as follows. Now comes the Commonwealth and Karen Reed, the defendant in the above captioned matter. Both parties respectfully stipulate to the following. The two Massachusetts State Police troopers present at the autopsy conducted by the medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, on January 31st, 2022, were Trooper Keefe and Trooper Watson. Former Trooper Michael Proctor was not present.
So the picture says Proctor, the log says Connor, and the stipulation says Watson. Totally normal, right? And with all the technical testimony out of the way, there's one other thing from this week that we have to cover. And this is the part that gets really spicy. We'll be right back after this. There are two issues that the judge and the attorneys dealt with this week related to the ARCA experts and the Aperture experts. Now, these are both the versions of the crash reconstructionist. Aperture is for the prosecution and ARCA is for the defense. So there's two issues from this week. One is a report that has now been changed by the prosecution's expert, and they argued over why it should or should not be allowed in. And the other is Brennan's request to have his expert continue testing and working on different things to come in and rebut ARCA's testimony. So let's break both of these down. First, let's look at the changed report and why it matters. So here's the deal with this one. Not all clocks are created equal. Both sides have looked at the clock drift issue and the data provided from all the different reports, and both sides have made conclusions about which clocks are right or wrong and by how much. Now, this includes 3 clocks in the Apple iPhones and the clock in the Lexus SUV. Now, the whole clock drift thing was brought up in last year's trial. It's in reports from the experts on both sides for this year's trial. It's common knowledge at this point. Everybody agrees that there is some kind of clock drift. But what they don't agree on is the interpretation of the clock drift. So the prosecution's expert, Ian Whiffen, said in his testimony that you can't just rely on one of the clocks. You have to have an analyst look at it and determine how to read or interpret that information. And both sides have done that. First, let's talk about the prosecution. So on day 6, expert Ian Whiffen testifies saying that he is aware that the experts from Aperture, including Dr. Welcher, used his data when they created their report. Now, he acknowledges that Aperture used his data and that the trigger point that they have for what they say is the collision with Karen's SUV hitting John O'Keefe is listed on that report as 12:31 and 38 seconds. Now, the problem with this for the prosecution is that during that same testimony, Ian Whiffen says that the last phone interaction that John O'Keefe has is at 12:32 and 16 seconds, which is, of course, after the time that Aperture's report says that John O'Keefe is hit by Karen Reed's car. Now, Alessi bases pretty much all of his questioning on the timeline based on this acknowledgement. Whiffen has said, yes, he's seen Aperture's report. Yes, he knows that his data is being used for that. And yes, he knows that the trigger time listed is 12:31 and 38 seconds. And yet, John O'Keefe's phone is still being used after that impact time. Now, this was a big moment for the defense, and they've based their entire strategy on the prosecution's timelines not adding up. So that's not great for the prosecution. So now Dr. Welcher has handed in a new report saying that the trigger time now is actually 12:32 and 16 seconds, not 12:31 and 38 seconds. So now it aligns exactly to the second with Whiffen's testimony and the rest of the data. So this is brought up on day 16, and Alessi explains why Mr. Burgess said that he wanted to change his timing.
Mr. Burgess states in his own words that the reason why that time is being changed is to, quote, align the trigger with Mr. Whiffen's analysis. And Mr. Whiffen's analysis is based upon the extraction data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And I believe it's undisputed that the extraction from Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred years ago. And the data from that has been extant, it's been available years ago. So to me, Your Honor, that basis can't be a proper basis at particularly this stage where we are approaching the end of the trial, just literally days before the testimony of Aperture.
Alessi points out that Brennan is constantly accusing the defense of trial by ambush. And he tells Judge Cannoni, this is literally what ambush is. This is the definition of ambush.
As Your Honor knows, I don't like to use hyperbolic words, but the word has been used for us, against us, ambush, ambush, ambush. If there's ever an example of an ambush, this is it.
So there's a lot of back and forth over 2 days about this, but I want to break this down on what we know based on what both sides are saying. Brennan says that he has always acknowledged there's a clock variance. He even mentioned it in his opening statements. And that's true. Like I said, neither side has disputed this clock drift. So Brennan says that the defense hired their expert by the name of DeSogra to look into Dr. Welcher's conclusions and report that was provided, including the clock drift stuff. Now, DeSogra provided a report on basically what is his rebuttal to Aperture's information. And this was all turned in before the trial started. Now, if you'll remember, DeSogra is the same one who had to do the report and kind of explain the difference on gigabits and gigabytes to their expert from Aperture. So there may already be a little bit of bad blood between them anyway. Experts can get their little egos hurt. Now, DeSogra's conclusion was that John O'Keefe's phone ran late, and because of that, the prosecution's timelines will never align, meaning what Whiffen is saying and what Aperture is saying don't line up, even with their variance of the clock drift. And he explained how he came to that conclusion. So the defense has based their whole strategy on this, including all of the cross-examinations that they've already done in this trial, like with Ian Whiffen and Jen McCabe and Jessica Hyde, and even deciding not to cross-examine Trooper Guarino about the data extractions that he did. But here's where things get messy, because Dr. Welcher has now turned in this new conclusion on an amended report, and it changes what he said about the time drift. He has now exactly aligned it with the phone data from John O'Keefe.
And again, I go to the bottom line that the proffered reason in Mr. Burgess's report is to align with the data on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, and then that's been around for a long time.
Alessi argues that Aperture had to have done this in response to Ian Whiffen's testimony, which they're not supposed to be watching because witnesses aren't allowed to watch testimony before they take the stand. And changing your testimony or opinions based on what someone else says is the exact reason that it's not allowed. But the issue goes far beyond violating sequestration orders. Brennan argues that Aperture looked at defense expert DeSorga's report, the one where DeSorga concluded that the time drift variance showed the prosecution's timeline would never line up. And Brennan says that Aperture just looked at that and saw that DeSorga was wrong, and that's what made them start looking further into this whole time drift thing. So they look at the Lexus SUV data and then compare it to the Waze data from John's phone, and based on that, as in based on information that they've had since October when they were hired, they were able to suddenly, now that the trial is almost over, come to a determination that they weren't able to come to before. And somehow now they're able to line up the car and phone timelines because now they figured out how to calculate the clock drift and can line it up with the phone data. There are so many issues with this. One is that Brennan contradicts himself multiple times when making his arguments here. Like, first, he says he asked the expert to review the defense's expert report.
We asked our expert to review their expert's report to see if he was accurate that the variance means that these times would never align. And that's what he did. He studied the data, he studied the Waze, he studied the Lexus black box relative to the time. Doesn't change anything, doesn't change the data whatsoever, just adds to the time. What he learned from his opinion is that Mr. DeSorga was wrong. He used information from different phones, not recognizing the items that these timelines came from, and that his time estimates are wrong.
Okay, so he asks his expert to do this. But then, just about a little over a minute later, he says he was surprised to receive this report.
We received this report on May 8th. I was surprised to receive it. I welcomed it. We turned it over on May 8th. There was no delay. It's been a week now. The defense has had this information. And so this is not an attempt to align anything. While it may reconcile or identify that variance more closely, it doesn't change any data whatsoever.
Okay, so which is it? Did you ask them to do it, or are you so surprised by it? One thing Brennan mentioned in the voir dire of ARCA is that experts don't work for free. So I find it hard to believe that his expert just decided to look into this more and do some extra work and has now somehow found this formula that gives time and surprised Brennan with a report on it. Then Brennan says that his expert was looking more closely at this because he was looking at the defense expert's report and determined it was wrong, right? But the defense expert's report was in response to Aperture's report. So the defense expert says, hey, here's what I think about your report, and here's why I think it. And now they're like, oh, okay, well, I'm just going to change my report. How is that allowed? Brennan insists that nothing has changed, that the data is still the same. And that's true. It's not the data that has changed, it's his expert's interpretation of it, and that is a big deal. So unless he asks for the report to be excluded, he says it's too late for it to come in at this point. But he says if Judge Canunu won't exclude it, then he wants to at least have a voir dire so that he can ask the expert questions about it. Now, Brennan says he shouldn't be allowed to have a voir dire on this because he has no good faith basis for it. But put this in perspective. Brennan asked for a voir dire of defense expert Dr. Russell, who has already had a voir dire and has already testified once before, and the judge granted it. Brennan asked for a voir dire of Dr. Wolf, who had already had one voir dire before and already testified once before, and the judge still granted it. Brennan asked for a voir dire of Dr. Rentschler. Same thing. Already had one, already testified, but the judge granted it. In fact, overall, the judge has granted all but one of the Commonwealth's requests for expert voir dire. But for the defense, this is now the 6th expert voir dire that they have requested, and the judge has denied every single one of them. But even though the defense has based everything on what the original report said, now the judge is allowing the change to come in. And the defense, she says, gets to cross-examine on it, which is literally just what's allowed anyway. Now for the other issue, which is probably even worse. So the defense's experts from ARCA were allowed to take a look at Dr. Welcher's report and do an analysis on it and basically give a rebuttal for the defense about what Dr. Welcher's conclusions are and what they think about it. Now, Brennan wants Dr. Welcher to be able to basically come in and testify to his own conclusions. And even though ARCA hasn't testified, he will be able to kind of preemptively address everything that ARCA had in their original report. But here's where this one gets tricky. Brennan is asking to have Dr. Welcher basically be able to keep working on testing and analysis so that he can come back again after ARCA testifies and basically give a rebuttal to any of the new information they give. But here's why this is a problem. In order to have a rebuttal witness come testify, it has to be justified by the need to challenge evidence or testimony that was not anticipated during the initial presentation of the case. And that's not the situation here. This quote-unquote new information that ARCA is testifying to is not actually new information. This is all in response and rebuttal to Dr. Welcher's report. A rebuttal witness admissibility is supposed to be based on whether or not the testimony is genuinely rebuttal in nature. And since ARCA is responding to Dr. Welcher's report, Dr. Welcher coming back again is not what qualifies as rebuttal in nature. Alessi tries to explain this and its importance.
What Mr. Brennan proposed yesterday was a very irregular process where essentially the Commonwealth gets 3 bites at the apple for a problem that they caused. The problem we're talking about is Mr. Burgess changing a significant part of a timeline. Yes, there was a variance that he had, but he picked a range of the variance. He's now changing the variance.
Think of it like this. Why should Dr. Welcher need to do a bunch of testing and analysis to rebut someone who is rebutting his testing and analysis? He should be able to just confirm why his testing is trustworthy. But is it? Brennan has a pattern when it comes to experts. Instead of debating facts, he tends to go straight toward insults. He did it with Dr. Russell, he did it with Richard Green, he did it with Garrett Wing, Michael Easter, and especially with ARCA. And this is no different.
Not to get into a battle of disparagement, but our expert has found extraordinary issues in his first reviews of material. And some of those concerns lead him to need, in his opinion, to actually conduct his own tests to demonstrate the failures of these ARCA witnesses.
But here's the issue with that, though. Brennan says his expert found all these ARCA failures, and his expert is the best, etc., etc. But this... I was still eating.
Thank you. This court's back in session. Please be seated.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Nope. Since I had the
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Howley.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thing going.
Ms. Hanley, when we left off, you were discussing the comparative analysis you did between item 7-18.18, Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, and item 3-1, the taillight housing or the plastic within the taillight housing of the defendant's car, correct?
Correct.
And there were a number of different instruments that you used through the course of your examination and analysis, correct?
That's correct.
And what were those instruments that you used again in that portion of the analysis?
Sure. So I used a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, an FTIR, and a microspec.
And, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you 3 documents, if you could review those, look up when you finish, please. And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And starting with the first page of that 3 pages, what do you recognize that?
It is the FTIR comparison data for the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
And if I could direct your attention to the second page within that, what do you recognize that?
So this is also FTIR comparison data from for the red plastic from item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And lastly, the third page within that set, what do you recognize that?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec from the red plastic from the item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next 3 exhibits individually.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
You want them marked individually, or you going to set?
Individually, please. Thank you.
Hold on. Lucy wants me to feed her.
Exhibits 202, 203, and 204.
Thank you.
And again, Ms. Hanley, when it came to your analysis of the clear plastic material from the debris from John O'Keefe's clothing and the clear plastic material from the defendant's taillight, what were your conclusions from that analysis?
Sure. Upon comparison, the clear plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties with the clear plastic from item 3-1. Accordingly, the clear plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the clear plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I publish, and I'm sorry, I forgot already the
Yes.
exhibit numbers, but
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the clear plastic. And Ms. Hanley, can you describe for the jury what we're looking at in this, what's up on the screen right now?
Sure. So this is the FTIR comparison data of the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to which is which as far as the top and bottom here.
The top,
Sorry, I apologize, Your Honor.
That's okay.
the top spectrum is
I would be so
the-
embarrassed.
is item 3-1, and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, when you're comparing these two as far as the data that you receive, what is it specifically that you're looking at in your comparison as far as the data is concerned?
So when I'm comparing the spectra, I'm looking at the peaks in each sample to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
Thank you. And if I could turn your attention to the red plastic material from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, what did you conclude in your analysis there?
So upon comparison, the red plastic from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the red plastic from item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the red plastic data. And Ms. Hanley, directing your attention to the screen again with the laser pointer, if you could delineate for the jury as far as which set of data is associated with which item.
So the top spectrum is item 3-1, and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And again, if you could just direct the jury's attention with that laser pointer to the areas as far as the data peaks and valleys that you're looking at in comparison of this data.
So when I'm comparing them, I'm comparing the peaks to each other in each of the spectra to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And in this case, you found them to be consistent, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, lastly, if I could have the microspec data. And Ms. Hanley, if you could describe for the jury, please, what are we looking at in this particular data set?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec of the red plastic from item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
And as far as the data in any microspec, but particularly this one up on the screen, using that laser pointer, could you illustrate to the jury sort of what these individual lines or what this data means?
So these are the samples that I ran, and they samples that I ran from item 3-1 and 7-18.18, and the spectra are overlaid in order to determine, to look at it and to determine whether they have a consistent or not consistent pattern.
And from overlaying the data from the pieces of plastic from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the pieces of plastic from the defendant's taillight, what do you observe as far as from overlaying those two sort of data points?
So I determined that they had consistent microspec data.
Again, if you could just remind the jury as far as the microspec data, what type of data is that?
So the microspec, it analyzes samples that have color. So it provides information of a sample's dyes or pigments.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, Ms. Hanley. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hanley.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you again. We met about a year ago. First things first, you were just talking about some plastic pieces in 7-18.8, correct?
It was 7-18.18.
0.18, I left a 1 out. 7-18.18. We're dealing with a lot of numbers. I'm going to see if we can cut through that here in a second.
Sure.
First of all, you indicated that you were doing a comparative analysis in different, sort of different categorical ways, using microscopy, using the microspec, using the FTIR. I think you also use the FTIR in that as well.
Yes.
And you indicated that your analysis concluded with those pieces could have come from the same source, from the source that in 3-1, the taillight. But you're not conclusively saying they did, correct?
It could have come from, they could have a common origin, or it could have come from another source with the same characteristics.
Right. So in other words, another way to say that, Ms. Hanley, is it may have come from the taillight, may not have.
It's a possibility.
Okay. I also want to ask you real quick about the taillight manufacturer. You were shown an exhibit, I think it's exhibit 200, and I think we have that available. With the court's permission, we don't have to cut the lights. I think the lighting is just fine. This is exhibit, or a photograph of exhibit 200 that you saw just a second ago. Quick question about that. In your inspection of that taillight, it's true, is it not, that that is manufactured entirely of plastic or plasticine pieces. There is no glass in that taillight, correct?
I have to check my notes. I don't think I noted any glass.
Okay. So in other words, you didn't note any glass inherent in the manufacture of that taillight. It's basically plastic.
Yeah, I think most of the parts were plastic. I'm not 100% sure if the entire thing was plastic. There may have been other material, but portions were plastic.
But you certainly didn't see any glass inherent in the manufacture process.
Again, I'd have to double check my notes, but I don't think I did.
Okay.
Do you want her to check her notes?
Why don't you? Are your notes in front of you?
Yes.
With the court's permission.
Sure.
He already knows the answer to this question anyway. So he's like, yeah, take your time. Take your time. Maybe he's coloring. I bet Hank has one of those cuss word coloring books. Or maybe him and Lally are playing tic-tac-toe. Updating his LinkedIn. That could be it.
Okay, so I did not make any notation that I noted portions that were glass.
Great. Final point before we get into the actual analysis. On any of the glass, I want to shift gears to just the glass material that you analyzed and that you looked at and you inspected. You saw no blood, no skin, no biological material, no tissue, human tissue or otherwise, on any of those pieces that you inspected, did you?
Upon examination of those items, making observations of those types of material, that's not my area of expertise. I don't think I noted anything that was maybe consistent with that.
So in other words, even though you're not in the bio material expert section of the lab, you certainly would have noted if there was skin or biological material or obvious blood on glass pieces. You were looking at them in many cases through a stereo microscope, correct?
Yes, I would have made note of observations of anything that I would have noted on the surface.
Great, and you did not, because you didn't see anything that was suggestive of that, right?
I think I just made note I have to check each item, but I think I did note that there was some dirt debris on some of the items.
But not biological material.
I did not note anything that would be maybe consistent with that.
Great, thank you.
Keep in mind, I see somebody else saying, like, she's not answering. Keep in mind, this is one thing that she analyzed, like, years ago, and then she's gone on about her life analyzing 100,000 other things. So she can look at her notes and, like, refresh herself and all that. But she's being very careful with her answers, because when she's asked a question that's not something that she just automatically remembers from that, it's better to, like, stop and think about, like, okay, wait, I didn't note anything, but I don't know, like, I can't really say, like, so it's okay for her to not, like, for her to take a second to answer, because first of all, public speaking is not everybody's thing, and being on camera in front of everybody with attorneys asking you questions is also not everybody's thing. But also, it, you know, while we have lived and breathed this case for 2 years, and some of you, you know, more recently, but like, while we have lived and breathed this case for 2 years, this was a day at the office for her, and then she went on about her way, and then has had days at the office like this, analyzing other stuff over and over after that. Like, so she's being careful with her answers, which is what you want for an expert. You want them to be careful with their answers instead of just being like, no, I didn't see anything, or yeah, I'm pretty sure something was there. You want them to actually stop and think about it. So it's a good thing that she's taking her time to make sure that she's answering properly and accurately.
I want to talk about the comparisons that you did. And you'll forgive me, I'm a visual learner. So I'd like to talk about it in 4 categories.
Okay.
Linear categories. Category 1, item 3-2. Category 2, item 3-3. Category 3, item 7-12. Category 4, item 7-14. 3, 2, 3, 3, 7, 12, 7, 14. Can we talk about them in those particulars?
Sure.
Okay. 3-2 was the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to use the word cup rather than glass for obvious reasons. You could get confused by that. So when I say the cup, do you know what I'm talking about?
Item 3-2.
Great. 3-3 are the 5 items that were found on the bumper, claimed to have been found on the bumper by MSP or crime. Okay?
Yes.
5 items, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Item 7-12 are 9 items, glass items, that were recovered at 34 Fairview by Trooper Buchanan in an evidence envelope, correct?
So sustained as to who they were recovered from?
Sure. Did you receive the items along with an evidence envelope?
I need to double check if it was an envelope, but I received it packaged.
Okay. And the packaging normally, under normal circumstances, the packaging comes with labels. It gives you reference about where things came from. For instance, when Mr. Lally asked you, were you aware or did you become aware that items were claimed to have been found on the bumper? You didn't actually find those items, but that was the description you were given, correct?
That was the description of the item in our limb system.
Okay. And going back to 7-12, that's our 3rd category, was that described as 9 pieces of glass that were found at 34 Fairview by a sergeant by the name of Buchanan? Or do you recall that?
I am not sure who recovered them.
Well, what it said on the evidence envelope, that's what I'm asking.
I would have to check my photos to see if it says that.
We'll get to that in just a second, but fair enough. 7-12, 9 items, A, B, C, D, E, and if my memory serves, I, K, and L?
And I'd have to refer to my notes to.
Can you please?
Yes.
A, B, C, D, F, and K fit to the cup. E, I, and L did not. Let me refer to my notes.
So the 9 pieces of glass from 7-12 were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
Great. And then finally, what was in 714, that's an easy one piece of glass.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Let me refer to my notes. And I can tell you.
If I could, Ms. Hanley, I'm going to hand you photographs. That should be 2 photographs of the exact same thing. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I've never seen, I did not take this photo.
Understood.
So, I'm not, I haven't seen them, so I don't know.
So I'm asking you to look. I know you haven't seen that photo. Does it look like the cup?
It looks consistent with the cup.
Okay. Just gonna set this aside for a second.
I wish I had a way to like get on the loudspeaker in there and just be like,
Look at the second photo. Do you recognize?
it's A, B, C, D. I could have done it. Could have done it.
So I did not take this photo. It appears to be a photo of a container that another analyst took a photo of item 7-12.
And item 7-12 once again included plastic pieces and 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
Do you see the evidence label on the very top of that evidence envelope?
I'm not sure which label you're talking about.
The one under the red tape.
Yes.
Does that appear to be a label marker that's done to maintain chain of custody?
So I think that label, sorry.
Sure, can we bring these over to the side?
Sure.
Just get me in there. This is like put me in, coach. I'll get in there and I will bring charts and snacks and the jury will be awake. We will all know what it is and we can be out by 2 p.m. Oh wait, what time is it? Yeah, it's 1:32. 2 p.m. my time. I could totally do it. What are we thinking? How are we feeling? Yeah, you can review notes, but you can't read from them. Sometimes they'll let you, like in specific circumstances for different things. I keep staring out the window because it's so pretty out there. It's like cloudy, but it's not raining. And I'm just watching the waves. And trying to focus on glass. Yeah, also she said that she's like whatever picture she's looking at isn't a picture that she took. So that would be like me having my very detailed notes on all of this and knowing, everything and then looking at somebody else's picture of something and it not being what I'm used to seeing. So then I'm having to like stop and let my brain compute to see what I'm seeing to make sure it's what I'm used to seeing. I'm in the Panhandle right now, so it's 1:32 here. It's actually 1:34 here. I will always trust Brady's notes over witness recollections. Yes. Same. Good morning. Good morning. You know what? Most of the morning, Nikki, we spent talking about grits and tomato gravy, not together, two different things. The proper shovel to use when it snows, among other things. Do you see Nan, Will, and Annie Elise? I did see them earlier when the camera.
Jurors, sometimes we're at sidebar in an effort to try and speed things up. So even though we take your time that way, this should make things move a little easier.
So you can cut that from back on here.
Thank you. Ms. Hanley, I was asking you previously, we'd already looked at what's been marked for identification as triple G. I was asking you about what has now been marked as triple H. If you'll just look at that, what I'm most interested in is, do you see a name, a trooper's name in the middle of that evidence bag?
I know who it is. I know who it is.
Yes, I do.
Is that Buchanan?
It looks like it says that, yeah.
Okay, and just so we're clear, that bag is associated with 7-12 of your analysis. The item 7-12, correct?
I know the answer. I know the answer.
Yes, again, I didn't take this photo, but I have, yeah.
I realize that. It says 7-12
Yeah.
right on the front of it, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, that's all I needed.
I even put Buchanan's little picture in.
At what's been marked as triple I for identification. Do you see a name associated with that evidence bag?
Yes.
What name is that?
I know.
It's actually a little hard to read. It looks like it says, it could say Trooper Proctor.
Okay, and that is associated with 7-14, our fourth category, correct?
It is labeled as, excuse me, 7-14.
Thank you. And finally, does that, which has been marked as, for identification at least, as triple J, does that appear to be the contents of that bag, which is a single piece of glass in 7-14?
This appears to be the photo that the analyst prior to me took of item 7-14.
And that would be analyst Valier.
Correct.
You see her initials there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the four categories, just so we're clear and we can stop using so many numbers because they can get confusing. 3-2 is the cup, right?
Yes.
3-3 is the bumper glass, correct?
That is correct.
7-12 is the Buchnick glass, correct? You just looked at it.
Yes.
Okay. 7-14 is the Proctor glass, the single piece, correct?
Correct.
So when I make reference to those items by those names, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yes.
Hesitant.
No, I just, I'm just used to referring to them to the item numbers, but I will try to stay with you.
My brain will melt if we continue that way.
Can she do it both, Mr. Jackson?
Sure. Any way that you wish. I have another document that I would like to approach with, if I could, with the court's permission.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd like you to take a look at that. You've got a copy of this. Have you ever seen that before, or a variation of it?
Yes.
Okay. Saw it last year, correct? Or something close to it last year?
Yeah, it looks consistent.
Okay.
I'm sorry, may we approach on this?
Okay. If there are any others, Mr. Jackson, why don't we bring all the...
This is it.
Bruh. So my eyeball itches. I need to get some drops because if I start scratching it, it's gonna turn bright red. It's already turning red. I can feel it. I can feel it. So isn't it funny how like so AJ's like, yeah, I'm a visual person, and we're all visual people. I like how I speak for us as one. Oh, gosh. And we are like, yeah, give me graphics and charts. And she's like, I just work so much better if I list off really long item numbers. Y'all, look at my eyeball. You see that? From where I just rubbed it. Ugh. See what this does to me. If you see me touching it, tell me don't touch it. I'll just watch like this. Allergies, they're driving me, like they're bad today. But then when my eyes get itchy if I touch them, then they get really bad. Stop touching it. Look, just because y'all watched a doctor on the stand today doesn't make you all medical experts. You don't listen when we tell you to stop touching. That's true. That's true. No lies detected there. Y'all tell me all the time, stop pressing buttons, and yet here I am, just constantly pressing stuff. So, look at you acting like my mama. My mama finally learned, like, reverse psychology is what works better for you. Okay, let me get some eye drops, or else I'm gonna, yeah, I'll be right back.
So I think I gave somebody the copy that I was using. I need a copy.
If I may approach?
Yes. Thank you. All right, so let's mark this first for identification.
Happy to.
KKK for ID.
Ms. Hanley, if I could ask you very briefly, I want to go through this chalk with you for a moment. Do you recognize something on the left, looking at the first category? Do you see 3-2?
Yes.
How is that described?
It's described as a cup.
Okay, and you see that there's a photographic representation of the cup just above it, correct?
It looks consistent with.
Okay. Moving to the second category. What category is that?
It's item 3-3.
And 3-3, first of all, there's a photograph above it. Do you see that?
Yes.
It appears to be of a bumper, correct?
Yes.
You didn't take that picture?
I did not.
Okay, let's look down beneath it. You indicated that there were 5 items in 3-3, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Do you see A, B, C, D, and E represented in that category on this chalk?
I do see A, B, C, D, E.
I didn't have any.
Categorized, yes.
Great. Under A, you previously testified that the bumper glass sub A in 3-3 did not match the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Did not match anything in 7-12?
Sorry, just give me one moment. That's correct.
And did not match anything in 7-14?
That's correct.
And you see those represented by sort of the international symbol for negative, correct? A circle with a line through it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Under subcategory B, glass B, or item 3-3B, did not match the cup, did not match 7-12, did not match 7-14.
That's correct.
Is that accurately represented on the chart?
Yes.
Finally, with regard to E as an echo in that same item, 3-3, you see that there is a green indication that glass recovered by Proctor does match, or did match in your analysis, or was consistent with the item in 7-14, correct?
It was consistent microscopically and instrumentally.
Does that accurately reflect that finding on this chalk?
Yes.
Okay, now turning to category 3. There were 9 pieces of glass that you looked at, correct?
Correct.
A through F, I, K, and L. Is that right?
If I could just reference my report to make sure.
Of course.
Would you like to reference my report? That's based on your report.
Yes, those are the correct letters.
And A, B, C, D, F, and K all matched the cup, correct?
Again, I would just need to confirm with my report.
Take your time.
I thought I had eye drops here. I might have taken them to the house.
Yes, so A, B, C, D, F, and K
All matched the cup.
had a physical match to 3-2, the cup.
Is that accurately represented on this chart? With green.
Yes.
And E is in echo, I is in India, and I think that's L is in Lima, did not match the cup. Correct?
Lima.
That's correct.
Okay, is that accurately represented on this chart?
L is in Lima.
Yes.
And finally, the last category, 7-14, that is the single piece of glass that was recovered by Trooper Proctor. That did not match the cup, and it did not match anything in 7-12, correct? And if you need to check your notes, feel free.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that accurately represented on the chart?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission with the amendment that the court indicated at sidebar of triple K.
Okay, I'm going to allow it in.
205.
205?
Yeah.
Your Honor, the court indicated that it would like to see us before anything's published to the jurors.
Okay, come on over for a second. Actually, have those have those been done?
It has been done, and I was going to explain it at sidebar.
All right, then come on over.
I wonder if they're making him take off Proctor from the one that had Proctor. I don't know why they would, but I don't know why they do a lot of things. So there's that. There's that. But also, like, I know she, just got back on the stand about whatever, however long in today. 3.5 hours in today. So between today's testimony and yesterday's, I literally had the whole thing summed up with one graphic. So we could have just skipped all of this. But then we would not have had each other to go through this together. I hope they... Look, let's do a poll. Y'all know I love a good chat poll. Do you think defense will call Proctor?
205.
Thank you. Request permission to publish.
Yes.
Ms. Hanley, you see the chalk that's been, or actually what's been marked as Exhibit 205 in evidence on the screen?
Yes.
Is that consistent with what you and I were just talking about at the witness stand?
Yes.
If you'll direct your attention to the screen on the right, just because it's a little easier and I think the laser pointer shows up a little better. Do you see the 4 categories represented in this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. So 3-2, I'm going to go over it very quickly one more time, just visually. 3-2 on the left is the cup, correct?
Yes.
3-3 represents the 5 pieces of glass of what we've called the bumper glass, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Yes.
7-12 is the 9 pieces of glass recovered by Trooper Buchanan at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And finally, 7-14 is the single piece of glass recovered by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Taking these one by one, just so everybody see? Taking these one by one, looking at starting with the bumper glass, category 2. Piece A did not match the cup, anything in 712 or anything in 714, correct?
That's correct.
Piece B did not match the cup, did not match anything in 712, did not match anything in 714, correct?
That's correct.
And moving over to category 3, there were some matches in these 9 items, 6 of them, A, B, C, D, F, and K, correct?
Yes.
But what those matched, Ms. Hanley, were the cup, nothing on the bumper, correct?
Correct.
And what didn't match the cup were E, I, and L. Is that right?
That's correct.
Moving back to category 2, however, there was one thing, item E, that did match something in this series of categories. Isn't that right?
Not a physical match, but instrumentally there was consistency.
All right. And this was an item, the only piece of bumper glass, the only piece of bumper glass to match anything else in your analysis. Matched what? Or was consistent with what?
What?
Item 3-3, piece E, was consistent in physical and instrumental properties with the sample that I took from item 7-14.
Which is the single piece of glass recovered by Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
But not a single piece of glass, nothing that you analyzed coming from that bumper matched the cup. Did it? Nothing.
Physical match comparison, there was no physical match comparison to the cup.
Are we done with this, Mr. Jackson?
We can take this down, Your Honor. Your Honor, that's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Lally?
Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as you were asked some questions on cross-examination about biological pieces or tissue or things being on the glass, and you referenced that that was done in another unit, correct?
Yes, if that type of examination was needed, that would be done in a different unit.
I'm going to allow that, but next question.
Which unit would that be conducted in?
Objection.
So the objection's sustained. You need more, Mr. Lally, before you move on.
Now, as far as the chalk that you were just presented, as far as the 4 photographs that were depicted in there, have you ever seen any of those 4 photographs before?
No.
Do you know specifically who or where any of the items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, or 7-4 were physically recovered from?
I just have the description that's put in the LIM system when it's submitted to the lab.
And do you know that 3-2, the drinking glass, was recovered by the Canton Police Department on January 29th, 2022?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know that item 3-3, the bumper glass, was recovered by Ms. Maureen Hartnett from your lab on February 1st, 2022?
Sustained.
Do you know that each of the 4 items were recovered by different people on different
Objection,
dates
Your Honor.
at different locations?
Let me approach.
Yes.
They do this. Him and Brennan both do this, and it just reeks of desperation. It drives me crazy when they get up there and they're like, okay, that didn't go well for us, so let me just like bring up a whole bunch of other stuff that's completely unrelated. And well, it's like, did you even know this? Did you even know that? No. Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't have anything to do with me comparing all of this. He just wants to get that stuff out there, thinking that it's going to help him with the jury. Okay, I'm ending this poll. For those of you who didn't, okay, so the poll this time is, whose graphic is better? Brandi's, AJ's, or Brandi's, but AJ's is first runner-up? And the winner is Brandi, but AJ's is first runner-up. I'll accept that. I'll do my acceptance speech once this is over.
Ms. Hanley, from your conclusions that you testified about before, you found that the item 3-2, the drinking glass, was consistent with 6 different pieces from item 7-12 that were found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Not in the roadway.
That's correct.
He keeps trying to make
And
that
you
happen.
also found that piece E from item 3-3, the bumper glass, was consistent with the single piece from item 7-14 that was found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also found that items from 7-18.18, the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, were consistent with the item 3-1, the taillight housing, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Now, as far as the chalk that you were presented with on cross-examination, was there anything in there about item 7-18.18 or item 3-1, either the taillight housing or the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
No, there was not.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Very briefly. So in sum, not a single piece of glass on that bumper can be connected to that cup, correct?
There was no physical match to the pieces that I compared for physical match from the bumper. There was no physical match to the glass cup 3-2.
Thank you. So another way of saying that is Not a single piece of glass that you analyzed on that bumper matched that cup, correct?
Sustained.
But the one piece of glass that did match something came from the same source, or was consistent with coming from the same source as the single piece of glass recovered on the possession of, or bagged by, Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
It was consistent with item 7-14.
Dun, dun, dun.
All right, Ms. Hanley, you are all set. I'm going to see counsel for a minute. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Correct. C-R-E-K-T. Correct. I just want to bet she breaks for the day. She's like, we've worked really hard today. We had like 52 minutes of testimony, and I am exhausted. They'll be like, we're ahead, let's go home. And then we're going to get to the end, and she's like, we are so behind. We're so behind. Look at this photograph. Look. My eyeball's getting less red as we speak. Oh, it's just so bad. I just want to... Oh. Stop touching your eye, Brandi. I know, I was just thinking the same thing. We're going to be done for the day. If we're done for the day, that means I could definitely get caught up on the podcast today, which would be my goal. Who, if anyone, said that this guy's name is Wolk, not Wolf?
All right, so jurors, I know you don't like it when we're at sidebar. We don't like it when we're at sidebar, but I can tell you that after speaking to the lawyers now, we're ahead of schedule. And they've worked very hard to get us to this point where we're ahead of schedule so that tomorrow, instead of being a half a day, you have tomorrow off. So you have tomorrow and Friday, a good long weekend. It's very, very important. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't say a word about this case. Don't let anybody say anything to you about this case. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. I believe next week, except for Thursday, are full days every day. Watch your social media use this weekend as well. Have a great long weekend. We'll see you here Tuesday morning, ready to go.
Court, all rise to the jury.
Wait, next Thursday's a half day?
Goodbye.
Peace out. I ain't mad about it. I ain't mad about it because this means, do you know what this means? We'll talk about the case in a minute. Let's talk about me. Let's talk about me. This means I can actually get done with the podcast and have a whole long weekend. Why are we back?
So no one needs to see me about anything? We get cleared.
Put on the record that what's been marked for actions that injured independent new one. The one that actually went into evidence is not the one that we shared with the
Okay.
course instructions. We'll get that printed to you, I think before we leave. I think he's printing it now.
All right, I'd like it before we leave. So, before you leave, so. All right, have a good weekend.
Thank you, board. All rise.
Yes. I need your podcast ASAP, please. I knew it. I knew that was coming. Yes. I am so excited. Where is Marie Moss-Larchat? There she is. Stats. Witnesses, 2. Sidebars, 10. Objections, 11. What if any? 1. Only 1. Our lally tally is like dwindling down here. 10 shores. And you counted my oh boys. Oh boy. Oh boy. I didn't even realize I said that so much until y'all started putting it in your tallies at the end of the day. Marie Moss. I love it. I love it. I love it. Did I share the story with Will about his knee? Yes, the story that we made up. Yes, I sent it to him last night. I haven't checked. I don't think he wrote back, but I honestly have not checked. I have notifications turned off on most of my stuff because it starts getting to be too much. I got you saying, oh boy, now. You know what's funny? There's something else that I met somebody at Crime Con. Was it last year or the year before? Who said that I had them saying now, like, not a fan. And some of my other, like, you know, weird little sayings or whatever. So I just be saying stuff. Goodbye. I'm gonna start saying goodbye to everybody like that now. Goodbye. When I answer the phone, I'm going to answer it. You are unmuted. No court again until Tuesday, and I ain't mad about it. Maybe we'll go live just to hang out and chat and catch up one of the days. Maybe after I do the podcast. Maybe we'll do that like Monday night before court. Because I'll be back at the house by then. So we're going to stay here. Chat Daddy's coming up here Friday. And he told me I have to have the podcast done before Friday so that he could listen to it on the way here. Very demanding. But maybe we'll go live. We'll probably do it on the other channel, YouTube. Y'all join us, youtube.com/@Brandi Churchwell. We'll just go live and chit chat for a little while Monday night and catch up. And I'll put out the new podcast episode before then, and then y'all can listen to it and we'll talk about that Monday before we start court again on Tuesday. How's that sound? Why such a long break? What did I miss? Well, we were supposed to have a half day tomorrow. And then Friday, they said Friday we were out. And then Monday is Memorial Day. So, and then tomorrow was supposed to be a half day, but now they've changed the half day to a no day. So now we're not back in court until Tuesday. That's amazing. I am going to actually get, I'm so, like, y'all, I'm so excited. Not that I don't love spending all day, every day with you, because I do love it so much. And y'all are so funny. I enjoy it so much. But also, I enjoy sleep, and I haven't had any in a while. What time Easter? Oh, for what? For Monday? I am not sure. We'll play it by ear. When I figure it out, because we're going to be driving, I'm just going to ride back to Orlando with Chat Daddy, because I don't like driving. So I'm just going to leave my car here. And so what time we get back will depend on him. So I will let y'all know when it gets closer. I'll put it in the community stuff. I'll set it on the other channel. I'll set like the live on the other channel, and then I'll put it on community in here with a link. And we'll just go live and chat for a little while. You can check in on the Zoo crew. Y'all hadn't seen them in about a week and a half. By then it will have been a week and a half. So, and we'll chat and hang out. Sound good? All right, I will get the recap ready. I will also be super duper nosy to see if there's any kind of information that comes out about anything to do with the whole juror thing. I doubt there will be. Very secretive, this bunch. But I'll totally be super nosy if I hear anything. And if not, we'll just continue our wild speculation and rumors, because that's just as fun as the truth. Today's chat was fun, but the testimony could have been an email. Totally could have been an email. Marie Moss sending all of the prayers, love, and good vibes to your daughter. Yes, we did stats, and Marie Moss counted my oh boys. Can we get some Chat Daddy Feet Finder again? For those of you who weren't there, that probably sounds way worse than it actually is. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right, y'all. I appreciate you hanging out so much. Y'all, we have a long weekend. We have a long weekend. What are we going to do without Beverly Canoni telling us what to do? Anything? What if anything? What if anything will we do with our time? Who knows? I hope that everyone has a great weekend, whether you are working, off work, home, staring at your computer, waiting for chat to start again, whatever you want to do, whatever you do with your time. And happy Memorial Weekend. Memorial Weekend is always a little bittersweet, right? Mourning the nation's fallen service members. So always a little bittersweet. I am going to miss y'all. I love you very much. No court tomorrow. We are doing, she turned the half day into a whole day. So we will not be back in court until Tuesday. So I will get the recap up. And then, and I'm going to go back and pull too, because he keeps saying road because he's trying to make fetch happen, but those glass pieces were not in the road. So I'm going to go pull all that too. I've already pulled the transcripts, but I'm going to go pull the clips too and put that in the podcast too, because I don't like it when they try to change things. Plenty of time to catch up on the podcast. Y'all, I appreciate you so much. If you have not hit the like button yet, please do so on your way out. Please do so on your way out. Chat Daddy's Daddy said, might be a good time to visit North Carolina. Y'all come to Florida. Come visit us. Come on down. Everyone needs to read Ashley Flowers' book while we're on break. And yeah, and troll other channels. Have a wonderful, wonderful long weekend. I will miss you so much. I will think about y'all every moment. I won't press buttons or touch my eyes. And I will see y'all bright and early. I'm going to sneeze again. Did you post your taillight graph on your page? It's on my Twitter. I'll put it in the Facebook group too. Let me do it right now, because if I say it and then I don't do it, then y'all are going to be like, she saw a squirrel. And this is what she does. She does this to us. She unmedicated Brandi. We can't, it's like herding cats. And Why can't she ever do anything? Copy image. Class chart. Oh, here, I'll do the other one too that y'all asked for earlier. I'll just put them all in one big thing. And then, see, I'm doing it while you watch me because otherwise I'll forget and you'll be like, you forgot. You didn't take your medicine and you forgot. And we told you to do this and then you forgot. I don't know why I picture y'all's voice like that. That's just like the naggy voice. I don't think y'all sound like that. When y'all nag me, it's in just capital letters and stuff, so it's fine. It's different. All right, that is in the Facebook group. I appreciate y'all hanging out so much. Tracking a cat. Tracking a cat. Not hurting. Not hurting. Tracking. Tracking. All right, y'all. Hit the like button on your way out. Enjoy your time off. And be watching for the next episode of the podcast. It will be all on everything from this week. So I'll break it all down, recap it, compare it to what we've already heard, all that good stuff. Y'all are my favorites. Enjoy your weekend, and I will see y'all very soon.